start poking these folks. Let's see, actually. And why not?
Yes, no, that's why.
I know Makoto won't come out, but I'm going to poke Makoto anyway, because Makoto needs poking when things are happening every day to see if they're here for other than monetary reasons. Let's see. What Fury's about.
I'm gonna head a sim or two ahead and get out of the leg.
The legs, but at least 4 or 5 sims past.
Alrighty. We still don't have someone to run the actual AWACS map tracking for location to location, so if anyone wants to volunteer for that, that would be good.
Like I mentioned, I can do it, but I speak in code.
That's fine, I understand most of it.
Hello everyone, welcome to another live stream. I am Kimberly McGlaze, known in Second Life as Kimberly Lemongrass. I use she/her pronouns. And today we are doing a flight with the Aeropunk Sky Pirates Coalition in Second Life. Without further ado, we're gonna get started in just a moment, but for right now, I'm gonna take y'all back to their voice chat.
Gosh. Let's see.
Okay, we are live on YouTube.
Howdy there, stream folks. Next weekend is going to be my turn to have one of these set up. Gosh.
Do we have a carrier out?
We're hoping Jim's gonna make it back. He had to go take a trip out to the pharmacy.
Where the hell did I go? Oh, come on. Okay, there's an orb somewhere in snow.
Sucks.
Looks like Titan.
What's the length of the orb? In time, that is. Because I think in snow, you're not supposed to set your orbs below 30 seconds.
No, you aren't.
Well, it's kind of hard not to have it set at 30 seconds when you got so much blinking lag at snow. Should actually be a bit more to compensate for the lag. But anyway. And I lost everything I was wearing.
Hello, viewer. Welcome to the live stream.
I'm gonna try this again. Maybe I'll have more success.
Navigation lights on. Beacon lights on.
What's wrong, Marion?
Oh, Marion has been part of the pirates for a while now.
I thought Marion was here.
Nah. They're currently independent.
Oh. Okay.
Hello, viewer. Welcome to the live stream. Okay.
Okay, hi.
Rawr.
Hello.
Hi. Well, I guess that's that. It's just like supremely laggy here.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
I can't get the plane to start. Okay, now we're doing a thing. The thing.
Okay, I've got to reboot.
Uh-oh.
Alright.
It's a miracle. Alright, we're live. Turn that off. Over here. General preferences. Graphics. Point. Okay.
SLAC, let's move.
I got somebody in front of me. Kimberly McBlaze.
Yep, that would be me.
Word is this marker is online. Heads up. Whoever's tracking, now would be a good time to track. I don't currently have anything ready.
The Southern Island thingies, SLAC.
Alright, if you got the SR URL, pop that up. Good, I gotta get aircraft up.
Where the heck is the stinking runway? Oh, there it is.
Alright, can I get off any other direction here? Bet you I can. Alright.
Sucker up. The inventory will start responding.
Yep. Now I'm stuck on something. Is that hot? I think it is.
Oh, sorry about that.
Is that your giant thing?
Yeah.
Well, now I'm in the grass. 'Cause somebody put this giant obstacle in my way.
Yeah. That was my madness. My bad. This thing started up.
Possible pilot deviation.
Lord.
Some pilot took off not on the runway.
Probably me.
In the blue plane.
Oh, that's not me. I was the big, huge thing that took off right in front of everybody with an osprey.
Woo!
The dust just flared up everywhere.
Alright, there's a marker somewhere, correct?
Let's
Okay. Getting there. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What is this madness? Dang it, Lance. Let's see. There it is.
Okay, I am obviously going the wrong direction because there's no more M's.
Yeah, after the airport launch, you'll want to head westbound, and then it's going to be like southwest, but you got to watch those,
Yeah, I don't remember hearing that part at all.
yeah, it was up in
Jeez,
text.
the brogue's fast.
Pumping as fast as the officer's going to go. Oop, and I went the wrong way. And I've come across a simulator that's not friendly. I'll turn the second around. Like,
I wonder what this distinct marker is that I'm supposed to be looking for, or whatever that is that I'm looking for.
on the map itself, like the share good map or the standard map?
Oh, whatever map. I'm looking at the Suregood at the moment. Yeah, what am I looking for on here? Because I'm confused with what the note card is saying.
Yeah, it'll probably be something like Moonshine. Make sure you have highlighted the parked flights, because that's the only way you'll be able to see it if you do it that way. Otherwise, someone threw up the Fraser Island mark in Coalition chat, in which case we have someone who watches for that, and then we have more exact network as soon as someone spots it.
Oh, okay, so do I enable Hyde Park now that we're
Oh, you
moving?
can leave that open. You'll probably still find it that way too.
Okay, alright.
But like as soon as someone finds that Fraser Island little map thing, if you click it and hit map, it'll set it up on the world map instead
Okay.
of just share good one. But you can do it raw if you have share good. Oh gosh, I need to turn again, probably.
To be honest, I'm not even sure where I'm going.
That makes two of us.
Well, I do see something interesting on the thing. Brandy's meds.
That's the target.
Alright, I will not be flying the AWACS tonight. I have a funny feeling something else might be a tad more appropriate.
Lurg. Oh, oh dear. Mishap on the runway. We have a collision.
Oh no. Good thing it's in Second Life.
Indeed.
Yeah, it would not be good if it happened, if it actually happened. Okay.
No.
Ooh, dang near had a mid-air collision. Yikes!
I hope I can fly this. Been a long time since I've flown this.
Thanks.
Okay, search and rescue is up in the air.
Copy that. I'm guessing we have to land right
Yeah.
there at the airport where the meds are.
Yep.
Okay, thought so. Alright, let's see if I can line myself up for the approach. Okay, here we go. Oof, that landing was bad. I usually do way better. Looks like I see a whatever SLTO whatever party on the map. Oh, it disappeared. Oh, here we go. Whatever to SLTO to somewhere to party. Interesting.
Fuck.
That's Marion Foxpaws, a former pirate, but still on our side.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on. God, I hate snow. God, I hate flying in snow. Why? What's the problem?
Well, what's happening over there?
Well, I can't move because my objects aren't allowed on the parcel. But it seems like I've got not responding, but I don't have not responding coming up.
Interesting. I wonder if they're
Yeah,
trying
I
to
can't
move
do
into a
shit.
bandlined area.
Ban lines shouldn't affect me at 118 meters.
Oh, Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right. Not around here because they don't have the that parcel flyover disabled here for obvious reasons, so that shouldn't affect you. Huh, that's so weird.
Yeah,
Unless maybe somebody improperly set their land up or something. I don't know. But that still shouldn't matter
no,
anyway.
I can't even edit my aircraft.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lag problem.
Yeah, and it's snow. Snow's one of the worst for lags.
Yeah. On a normal day, I usually don't have a problem in snow, because I fly through there all the time.
No, I always have a problem in snow. Be right back.
Okay.
Gotta log again. Been logged out of Second Life. Yep.
Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I hit the brakes on this thing and I'm still freaking going backwards. What the heck?
Actually, that should be fixed by the next update.
Oh, on the
Unless
Waco
you're
planes?
not flying, unless you're not flying a PV plane.
I don't know, I was flying the Waco YMF-5.
Oh, that one, there's no more updates for that one. I think the creator of that, up and quit.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'm here now. Wonder where those meds, where the moonshine is.
Uh-oh. SLJR. Moving.
Oh, the marker moved. Lovely. Wonder where it is now. Oh, wow, it's up there. Okay. Well, time to res another plane. Wow. Boy, they're keeping us on our toes, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
Alright. SLJR it is. What we got here? Janine's Landing. Oh, SLJP. Juliet Papa. Sierra Lima Juliet Papa. Okay. Boy, I haven't landed there in forever.
Alright, flying over sirens. Negative numbers, I'm crashing. Or never mind, I'm good.
Copy. Gotta set a waypoint over on the map now.
And I just did an inverted turn.
Oops. See elevation of SLJP looks to me like it is 87 meters. Okay. Looks like we're off center of the runway by a little bit. Alright, we're good to go. Alright, looks like it's not too far from here.
Touchdown. Airport's Cheney's Landing.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Lift, 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 lift. Woohoo!
Um,
Come on, people, quit shoving me into random freaking conferences that I don't need to be part of.
I can't get enough horizontal movement to switch flight modes. I'm stuck.
What is your position? Oh, I'll come pick you up.
I'm in St. Roman years, but my control surfaces are frozen.
Okay. Let's see.
Never mind, I got it.
Oh, okay, alright. Alright, I'll continue on my path to the airport. SLJP. Second orb, that's fine. Uh-oh. I hit a bad sim at Lee Haven. Oh no, Lee Haven.
We're gonna have problems with the last airport's SLFP because that's way down the
Well, looks like
We have
I'm
a lot of corner crossing.
getting disconnected here. Yep, I'm getting disconnected. Darn.
I know how that feels too. Alright, just let us know when we're back. We'll like pop you to a location here.
Alright.
Here.
I'm just waiting for the viewer to realize that it got disconnected. But yeah, I'll ask for a carrier res or something.
Alrighty. I'm gonna pop myself out to the water with some of the others are hanging.
Copy.
Close up these wheel bays so it'll float. Float through the wheels.
Here we go, the ding of death. Alright, I'll be back, y'all. Okay. Let's go ahead and restart our viewer here. Ooh, gotta love it when that happens, eh? Alright, let's try and get back on the chat here. Okay, I am back, and I'm waiting for everything to res. Okay, looking for a res area.
Alrighty, I can put you where my Osprey is right now out in the drink, and then you would just give a quick little float over to the airport if you're not already there.
Okay, alright.
Alright, I will.
Looks like Rachel gave me a spot.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay, big lag, big lag. Okay, am I good? Am I good? Okay, I'm good. Ah, Janine's Landing. This is where I was gonna land anyway.
Yeah, I went over there, turned around, put my wheels down to touch there, and then came back out to the drink to float the Osprey out here at 40 throttle.
So what the heck am I looking for around here? I do see the account that was broadcasting Brandy's meds on the
Yeah,
map.
as long as you land there, it's fine. We'll probably get jumped to one more spot, and then that'll probably be the party spot. It generally goes to like 3 or 4 spaces, sometimes 4 spaces if there's a surprise.
Okay. Alright, let's see if I can get back on the plane. Oh yeah, I need to restart my sure good radar broadcast here. Okay. Just gonna open up the sure good HUD on the browser since I seem to have an issue with operating the HUD in Second Life. There we go. Okay, so okay. Beautiful.
Some of these extra tabs that opened up too.
And I got a knock on the door. I'll be back.
Alrighty. I see Valve floating about. Hey Valley, type G real quick. See if the gear retracts. still there. People coming in.
Seamus's airport. The last should be the last one.
Alright, target is moved. Picking up into the sky. Slowly but surely. Sound the alarm. Unmarked airfield.
From what I'm taking a look at, that's Seamus's place.
Okay. Grab a marker on that. Yep, it's over to the west. On the other side of the continent. Yeah, that was what region was in. Alright, probably want to take off to the north and grab some waterway before you start going west, and then follow it down to the south on the coast. That's going to be the safest route. I'm headed north now. Back across that 32nd orb we got coming in. Goes probably on the move. Careful not to hit that one building after that G5. Yorkie is YOLOing over land. See how that works out. Entirely possible it will. But also entirely possible it may not. Alright, I'm swinging left. Dang it. My voice toggles no longer working the way it's supposed to again. I have no idea why. That's annoying. SL. God, as consistent as a cocaine addict in a clothes store. Which colors will sentinel the edge of day? Straighten out this trajectory for a bit. Reach over, put some icing up. Okay. Oh. So yeah, long trek to the west. It's one of those unmanned balloons. Depth 38, straight of course without the pilot. Couldn't teleport in front of it for the re-pickup. Alright, Valdy, we're going to swerve right here. Go around some storm. Actually, yeah.
Okay, I am
right.
back.
Welcome back.
Alright. My real life mom came in and interrupted everything.
I know that is.
Yeah, she's the type of person, or as soon as she storms on in, or waltzes on in, or whatever, if I don't pay attention to her, yeah, she go absolutely ballistic. That means I have to stop whatever I'm doing on the computer and pay attention to her. Alright, well I see that the waypoint has moved.
Yeah, it's on the west side of the continent.
Oh boy.
So yeah, you'll probably want to head back up north and then follow the coast.
Alright, copy.
Alright, head to the west from there, Valley. I see you back there.
Okay, looks like this might be a water landing. No problem.
Let's slow up a little bit. Valley. Yep, you're on the right path, Valley. Just camera on west, and you'll catch me up here. I've slowed down a little bit. Let's see another. There's Safi up there.
Hello, Magic Taru 28. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name.
Welcome to the stream of tomorrow. Yesterday.
And the plane has disappeared. All I did was make a turn onto a sim corner and boom, it went off world and oh no, security orb, yikes.
Oof. Yeah, sim corners alone are a thing. Sim corners with an orb is a whole nother bag of tricks.
Alright, I need to find me a res area. Oh, here we go. I found one. Not at an ideal spot, but it'll do. Okey-dokey.
Valley really calling. I'll just fly into the valley here.
Okay, is that thing? Oh, here we go. Finally, it rezzed.
Alright.
I was wondering when the hell it was going to res. Okay. So I need to flip direction. Here we go. Switch on those lights. And the engine.
The Valiant's motor in.
Alright, let's go airborne.
Oh, watch that corner, Valley. Swerve back south. Do a roll and Osprey. That's not a good idea, but I can do it. Alright, let's slow it up a little bit here. Alright, Valley, we could probably slow up a little bit. I'm gonna lower your throttle. There's Kingsport. Dive on it, we're close to it. Like, meow. I wish there was people just kind of hanging out at these places more often. Give them something to just watch, buzz right past them. Alright. Look at that. Unmanned balloon. We are coming up on target.
Copy.
Top side runway is a little higher than the actual mark is specifying, I'm noticing. But slam on the brakes after. Yes. Right about now. We have to move fast. I'll be moving. No.
I'm hauling ass right now.
I'll make way for the valley there. Let's see if Safi's going to touch down on that roof. I'll touch down on this little chopper space here. See if I can take an angle. It's not going to bust my rotors up here.
Okay, where am I going? Ooh. I'm flying through dangerous territory. Potential for security orbs. Oh, yikes, yeah.
And I'm down.
Now all I can do is just punch through this area. It's too late to correct now. Dang it! These stupid freaking advertisements. People
Yeah.
freaking conference crap. And I just got ejected.
Oh no. Yep, that's why just like the days of pirates before, a lot of the times we still stick to those waterways.
Yeah, I tried to stick to the waterway, but I got disoriented.
Yeah, I know that can be too.
And
The
now
first
I am
French-
unable to control my Abby. Oh wait, I think I recovered control of my Abby. Okay. Alright, here we go. Alright.
Back.
Now I need another red zone.
Let us know if it gets too stiff of them out there. Some of us be over at this one bit. I think Rachel's still airborne out there somewhere. Let's see what's the return time here. Definitely alert res. Oh, Rachel's coming up on the end with us now. I think me, Valdi, and Safi, maybe Eric if he's here already, which is entirely possible.
Oh, I know that there's a, I know a red
First
zone nearby.
arrivals.
There's an airport nearby. Fly over there. Oof, that annoying glitch that happens when you've become separated from your plane and you know, walk yourself or fly yourself, avatar fly yourself across the sim crossing and it just, yeah. It just,
Yeah, it gets like
gets annoying. Oh, great. Now I'm unable to... Well, I think my viewer's about to crash. Oh, here we go. Am I here? Am I here? Oh. Okay.
you're here
Alright.
somewhere.
I'm somewhere. Okay, alright. I think I recovered. I recovered inside somebody's private property.
You down with OPP? If you're not, it might
Hello,
be an
viewer. Welcome to the
injection.
stream.
There's the dispatch. Where is my...
Okay.
ground crew stuff? I'll put these on until I find them.
Here we go. Now we got response from the plane. And we are back. Back in the air. Hello there, welcome into the live stream where all the craziness, all sorts of craziness happen.
Yeah, it gets like that out here. Ooh. That out bigger. Yeah, let me- Lighting boost, scaring Ghostbusters on the screen. And, let's see here. Bonk. Just start wearing a helmet when I do this.
Okay. So there's no airport markings on the map. Oh no. Oh, phew! Okay, 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 okay.
West. Usual height is going to be about 86.
Hi, okay. I completely lost control of the plane. Okay, alright, I recovered the plane. Okay, so airport height is what, 80 what meters now?
86.
86 meters, okay, copy.
Yep, western approach.
yes, good old King Post.
Here comes a flock of aircraft all at once. Let's see how this goes.
Woohoo!
There goes Eve's chopper coming down. Here comes whatever this is. It's Frodo's fat one. Frodo has landed a fat one on the landing. And here comes Doug.
I'm ASPC Kimberly on the map, and I am approaching the area.
Here comes Sally with headlights and full flaps. And I'm going to get clipped by this one. Oof. Yeah. There we go.
Oof! Sim crossing! Yikes! Oh no, bad sim crossing right on the landing. Yikes! Well, if my plane hits anybody, I am sorry. Okay, looks like I am flying all over the place, separated
Oh,
from
my.
the plane.
Looks like your avatar sat down right in front of me. Your airplane, however, has indeed touched down.
Oh, good.
It's
Okay,
rolling.
I see it. I'm just gonna delete the plane from the scene.
You've
and
arrived.
I've arrived. Okay, so I wound up going right on top of you once I deleted the plane. Woohoo!
Yeah, you were like right in front of me in a seated in air position. Typical SL crossing.
I know. Such a bad crossing.
Auto landing.
Oh, good to know that the plane actually landed the way it should.
Yeah. Let's see.
Ah, this is a new airstrip here. Or airport. Yeah, more like an airstrip. Okay.
Is everybody? Let's see. Oh, Anne's headed out. Oh, no, it's Lance. Alliance was in a substitute aircraft today because those other ones were giving them trouble. Kind of curious what's going to happen when they do this whole recalculation of impact thing that they're talking about.
Yeah, I saw the notice about that. Yeah, they're
part of me's
apparently
going,
lowering
more
the.
space. The other
Yeah,
part of me's going, oh, wait a minute, they're going to try and pack that too, and something's going to happen when people try and cross into those areas.
yeah. Because apparently they are reducing the weight of mesh on the servers by 15%, which would equal more land impact availability for everybody. Wonder how that's going to work out.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what kind of effect of when things do go overweight crossing in is going to happen, though. Because
Yeah.
there's usually a certain
I think they've
percentage
already
allowance.
done it. So I noticed these sim crossings haven't been stable since they've done it with the with the airplane.
Let's see. Check the chat. Alright. Couldn't find my flares. I had to make do with my glowing landing crew bottles. Finally got them. Alright, let's see. Other people took the gateway down. And let me turn that down. What's this DJ? Okay, this thing will play with it. Like this. Okay, well, that's
guess that is our destination.
I haven't seen that hat in a while, Rachel. Did they ever redo it like they said they were going to do it? Is that the one I think it is? Maybe it's a different one. Yeah, it's the one I think it is. Safi, where's your tag? The Safi cat. Signs of the line, but that's close enough. Let's see here. Some checks. Frodo looks like he's got his pipe bombs. I got soup can grenades. The jam cans. At least I think I have one. Oh, nope, I don't have one. The pipe bombs are functional too, baby. Oh, let's check on another thing here. Oh, I gotta find where I'm going. Tag. Young Seamus. Well, now you be wearing it. Maybe you were wearing it in the future. And now you've caught up with it. Really? That's weird. Then again, SL being weird is the standard.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, that's just how it is.
Erm.
Yeah, I would love to see one day a mass online, like Crimson Skies game
Oh,
that has a
heck yeah.
focus on co-op. Go do train jackings with airplanes and shit.
That would be
All
fun.
sorts of stuff would be great. Oh gosh.
Not gonna lie, this is
But
a
it's
cool
even
place.
harder to get cooters and stuff for like that. It's hard enough to keep things running as we do as we are right now.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, I haven't
Yeah.
been down this way in a minute.
Yeah, still a little bit more frequented than the deadly north of Kyrau. Anything further up than that gets dangerous.
Yeah.
But yeah, down the lower west side here of the lake isn't too bad. Yeah.
I've been trying to find a new route down through here, but the problem is it's getting past the area just south of us that's giving me a headache.
Oh, yeah, you have to go through a very sliver, a Linden channel in order to make it through that area.
Even then, I don't want to take the Linden Channel, but trying to fly over the mess that's up in the air is the other problem. And I always worry about fan orbs that are 1 second.
Yeah, those are the dangerous areas. Yeah. I know it's annoying having to go through the Linden Channel because it's so damn narrow, but it's pretty much your only shot if you're wanting to go through here without worrying about those dumb orbs. But yeah, not gonna lie, this is a cool place here.
If I can remember correctly, Seamus bought up the place after the old airport closed down.
Yeah, I remember that one airport here. It was, let's see, Key West. Key West used to be here, around here, and there was another airport that was not too far from Key West, like a few sims out. Those two airports were gone, which sucked because I used to like landing at Key West a lot as a transition point between Satori and Belisaria.
Yep.
Like a stopping point, rather, between here and there. But good to know this exists. At least we have a stopping point back. Even though it's not listed on the map, which is annoying.
I think I might have to get going for now. I have water closet, plus I think I might lay down for a nap.
Alright, we'll have a good one. And don't fall in the dunny now.
I know.
Yes, I've been around so many Aussies that I've picked up a lot of their slang.
Take it easy, though.
Alright, you have a good one.
Alright, get that toggle back on. I did have this toggle thing working. Now it's not working again. Oh, now it's working again. I wonder what the heck is with that. Huh. I'll have to play with that if I can find the bug. Something undoes the toggle to voice.
Alright. Looks like the flight is over with. So, yeah. That was a fun flight.
Yeah, you get used to them a bit. It's not the favorite of everyone, but you get used to it. Just jump from point to point. Makes you ponder the map and how to cross it. It's still a good skill.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, something new.
Yeah, when you do it while mowing through the lag and stuff like this, it'll make you a better pilot and flyer for all sorts of conditions,
Oh,
weather,
definitely.
beat, or otherwise. Get used to schlogged controls and so forth.
Yeah, definitely.
Whoops, I hit the wrong thing. Get a different dance on there.
Looks like most of us pirates are signing off for the day.
Yeah, folks don't go quite as long as they used to. We're getting older. We've been at this for, what, 4 years now?
Oh, wow.
We're getting aged, getting slower, seasons are changing. That sort of.
Yeah, I hear you there.
Like yesterday, I was bombed out tired for the longest. I slept a good chunk of the AM, slept part of the PM. I think I basically slept through the earthquake we had over here.
Oh my god, wow. Yeah,
It might have woke me
well,
up
I
briefly,
stayed
but
up
it's-
for
they were
about
talking about-
14, maybe 15 hours past my... Wait, am I going through?
Ooh, what's
Yeah,
that?
I'm assuming I'm going through. Wait, am I coming through? Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh yeah, as I was saying, I stayed up for like, what, 14, 15 hours past my bedtime working on a server issue, and then I just absolutely crashed. And I went to bed at about, I think it was 5 or 6 p.m., and I didn't wake up until around 4 or 5 a.m. I was really out cold.
Yeah, there's been some times where I've been doing when all my time off on Helldivers. I just go at it like over and over again. Those matches can be like 40 minutes each sometimes.
Woo!
And then you do them in like campaigns. And to get the best credit out of them, you finish through the campaign depending on what level you are. Like if you're like on Extreme or something like that, I think it's like 3 spaces, like 3 locations that'll add up to the campaign. And the points for claiming the planet or defending it will come in best if you fully complete it.
Oh, wow.
And that means it's like probably a 40-minute plus a 15-minute plus a 30-minute. It adds up.
Yeah, it does add up. Woohoo!
But it goes by so fast, like in your head, because there's just so much action out there. always looking around. There's some good sights to see while you're out there. Space in the sky, the sunrises, the sundowns, the sandstorms, the meteor storms. Meteor storms are jumping out of the way of meteors for.
Wowzers.
Robots or bugs that want to kill you.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Helldivers 2 is a ruckus and a half. You should watch some gameplay sometime. It's funny because sometimes it's not the being blasted that kills you, but the fact that you then hit a fence post going like 50 miles per hour through the sky is what does in the rest of your health.
Gee
You
whiz.
just ragdoll in and you go thunk. Like I dove out of the way of an explosion I think yesterday, and my legs caught on the wall, so I cartwheeled over it with my arms and legs flopped out, and then wound up on the other side of the wall and got up and kept running.
Wow.
Well, physics makes everything better in a game as far as
Yeah,
I'm
the
concerned.
things that happen in a video game when physics go wonky.
Yeah, I love ragdoll physics in video games. I have no idea why they ever thought it was a good idea to not do them. I think a lot of them have moved back to just doing keyframe preset animations all the time, and I'm like, why? That's boring. You see the same thing over and over again. Doom does it well enough because they do some keyframe animations plus some ragdoll, I think, and they get really elaborate with them.
Oh, heck yeah.
If they go squirting blood out the neck, it'll actually draw it, particularly on the wall where the blood squirt went. And I'm like, well, that's pretty good detail. I'm not even going to be mad with that.
Oh, yeah, they're getting better and better with the physics in the game, in these video games.
But yeah, if you see the same enemies do the same twirl animation, they're just in an old fighting game kind of bit, while they fly away from you over and over again, that's immersion breaking and not fun. Ragdoll physics makes everything better when it comes to battle and explosions and stuff. Helldivers 2 has done it better than just about anyone else recently. I think Fortnite, they just fall down the same way over and over.
Yeah, it's the same way. I mean, I tried Fortnite. I tried to get into it, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's just not my kind of thing. It really isn't.
Yeah, I don't really like it either.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's hey, everybody's out to kill you, and what's the reason? Oh, we're all in a competition. Like Unreal? Yeah, only with less fleshed out details.
Yeah, it's very cartoony, and the gameplay, I don't know, it's not my kind of gameplay. And one of the most irritating things is that unless you pay money, you're not allowed to, choose whether you have a guy character or a girl character or what have you. They randomly switch it on you until you pay up. That's one of my biggest gripes with the game.
Yeah, it's super rare when I'll play a free-to-play game, because I'd rather see the whole one-and-done routine. Helldivers 2, you can, pay money for, super credits to, get some other armors if you like how they look, and whatever abilities they might have, but the abilities are going to be on other armors you can earn anyway. And their idea of a season pass is not the same as Call of Duty or those, because Call of Duty, you not only have to pay for the pass and keep an eye open when it starts, because you're going to want to start it right away to unlock all the stuff of what you already then paid for.
Gotcha.
And if you don't do it in time, you don't get the stuff.
Oh, wow, that is
Where
nuts.
with Helldivers 2, it's okay, it's going to be here. Buy it if you so choose with the super credits, which you can either A, pay money for, or B, find them out in the battlefield and just work it up to 1,000. You'll have enough. And you'll unlock stuff with then the gold medals you do for the missions, and then you do it at your own pace, because once you buy it, it's never going away.
Oh, heck
It'll
yeah.
be there. It's just a much more fair payment model, and a lot of people have been talking about how this has probably set a new bar for what people are going to expect and want out of a game, because it's
Oh,
not all
heck yeah.
PvP, it's co-op, so people are actually encouraged to work together instead of just blowing each other's crotches off, which I'm
Well,
a fan of.
that's
Because
good that they have something like that where, hey, if you want it right now, you can pay for it. Or if you know, want to put in the time and effort and work and wait a while, then just, grind it out. Kind of reminds me of Warframe, where on Warframe, well, it's free to play, and you could craft stuff on there, but if you want the crafting, whatever that is that you're building, to build much faster, then you pay for it, or you just wait it out. Could take a few days for something to build. Anywhere from maybe a few
yeah,
minutes up to a few or more days, depending on what it is. So yeah, it's a decent setup.
yeah, as long as it doesn't tap too hard into the FOMO is what I care about. I hate being FOMO'd into things for
Yeah.
fear of missing out. I almost got into Call of Duty because that Warhammer 40k stuff went up there, and I saw, oh, Space Marine armor? Okay, let me see about this. Downloaded it, installed it, started up. Already the FMV videos were choppy as crap, and I'm like, how? I have a rather good computer. Why are the FMV videos already crap? So that was already, irritating. Then I get in there and see this weird ass huge tree that they literally have to sit you through what felt like a 10-minute seminar as to how the damn crap works. And then you realize that any of these things that you're going to unlock, you're going to have to pay for a pass to unlock these
Oh
things.
my
I'm like, oh,
God,
this
how
is
irritating.
terrible. And to get like the Space Marine armor and maybe the Imperial Guard type stuff, like I was thinking, was going to be like, oh, guess what? It's going to probably be over $20, and because it's certain settings for its in-game currency, it's going to be well over that. You're actually paying probably like 30 to 40 instead of just like the $5 more that you could want. Like, nope. I tuned out of that. I was like, this is garbage. I went asking around, like, Acre, I'm like, I see you have the game. What do you think? He's like, yeah, it's basically a waste of time at this point. He said I only have it because I was, toting around with some other friends who have it. So I'm like, yeah, no. Cod piece of dookie is not for me. I've decided again.
I don't
that
know. I
it
mean,
is
I
not
looked
my
at a
breed.
few, gameplay clue videos, and I don't know. Call of Duty is just not my thing either. I typically don't care for shooters, though I am willing to make an exception for a few, very, very few games, and Warframe is one of them. Though I haven't played Warframe in ages.
I used to play it back in the early days of Warframe. The the aesthetic of it puts me off a little bit just for the art design. It's just not me. The living weird armor thing, like, it has to be done just right to really catch me. There are armor sets where these guys have big weird armored pantaloons running around in their skinny little ankles, and I'm like, this looks ridiculous. And other
Yeah.
stuff that just, and then
I mean,
this
a
guy
lot
over
has
here, he
changed about the
grosses me
game.
out.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird aesthetic, but I do like the gameplay of it though. It's pretty decent. And they do
Yeah,
take
it's
care
very
of their
different
player
now.
base. They
Back
do.
in the day, it was ships only.
Yeah.
And then you would like run around the corridors and get caught in the corner and fall out into space.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's wildly different. And they do take very good care of their player base, though. They really do.
Yeah, it's definitely evolved into something completely, like,
And
really
their
out there, into
customer
something I could
service last I dealt with them was top notch.
But yeah, I just wish for some more stuff that has more of the maybe late 80s, early 90s science fiction type vibe.
Yeah.
Especially like some of Japan's ideals of cyberpunk at the time, like Cyber City Oedo and Akira and stuff like that. I kind of like Phantasy Star Online too. I was thinking I was going to get into that, being that it came out finally, but then I just never got it started up because I know I have a couple friends on a certain ship, and I keep forgetting what ship server that is. And once you log into that ship, that's it. You're on that server unless you go through all kinds of hassle or a whole new an account or something like that to start again.
Oh, that's a freaking hassle. They should at least allow your character to move to different servers. I hate it when games do that.
Yeah.
They keep you stuck on one server.
Because back in the day, that's how it was with Phantasy Star Online 1. It's like, oh, this is a ship, this is a ship, this is a ship. Each one's a server. Want to move to a different one? Here, cool. Just move over, no fuss, no muss. And then there's like the different decks or versions of that ship, and then you're fine. But now it's like, yeah, once you pick a ship, you're on that ship, and that is your server.
Yeah. I like how Ark does it. Ark Survival Evolved, now Ark Survival Ascended, because they upgraded everything. At least with Ark, you know, you want to switch to a different server, all you have to do is go to one of those beacon things, whatever they're called, and you just, you know, enter into it, and go into the menu and pick another server to spawn into. And your character and whatever's in your inventory will transfer over. And then you can fool around over there for a while, and then once you're done, you know, collecting whatever you need or doing whatever you need to do, then you could transfer back. You know, you can hop between servers as much as you like.
Yeah, because before I had to start over and over and over again on the old Ark, and I'm like, why do I do this?
Yeah,
But
I recently...
some of the survival harvesting games are generally also kind of not my thing. There was
Yeah.
one I saw recently where you have like a mobile outpost base that's sci-fi I was kind of interested in. But with Ark, I'd like to play it like if they get the mechs up and running, because that would probably be more my thing. But I don't know, super sitting there crafting and whatnot. Like when we played Ark, Valdi would take care of the stuff at the homestead. She would just like compartmentize the boxes, poop in the plant pots, and stuff like that. I would go out and punch dinosaurs in the face. Like there's a crocodile. He's gonna smile for his last time.
Yeah. Yeah, I recently got
There's-
Ark Survival Ascended, which is the upgrade to Evolve. It's a paid upgrade, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah, isn't that like a brand new game, and so they have to like pay up on it?
Well, it's actually a rewrite of the original. It's exactly the same as original, but with upgraded graphics and upgraded... I think they upgraded the physics as well and everything, so everything about it is upgraded. And they also upgraded to the latest and greatest Unreal Engine 5. So yeah, it's same as original, but with improvements in under the hood.
And they're still flying around with pterodactyls on jet engines on their butts.
Oh my god, yeah. Freaking pterodactyl.
I don't know what they're thinking with some of these things. Like, it's a pterodactyl. Okay, what makes them go faster? A jet engine. What?
Yes.
How? It's strapped to his ass.
Strap a freaking
Or
jet
terrorized
engine
monster.
to a pterodactyl's ass. Oh my god. I've seen videos of that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Poor
Like, can't we
pterodactyl.
just have an airplane rather than terrorizing the poor bird?
Oh my god. Things they do on these games. Shove a freaking jet
Yeah.
engine up the ass of a bird, because why not?
He lives his life eternal with Ace of Spades playing in his head because it's the only thing that gets him through life. It's... that poor bird. Ace of Spades. Motorhead in his head all the time, 24/7, just to survive.
Well, supposedly they are going to allow people to... They're going to take all the previous content that was only available through paid DLCs, and they're just going to build it all into the main game. So at least they're not going to make people buy all the DLCs all over again.
Yeah, I think if they did that, they'd probably be catching some bricks through the window. At
I
that
mean,
point.
they've already gotten a lot of backlash for promising people free upgrades only to take the promise back and make people pay for them. But now at least, you know, they decided, okay, fine, we'll give existing players a discount. So I was like, okay.
Kind of like their pirate game that was, I think, supposed to be an included add-on. They're like, oh no, it's a completely different game. Only to find that the menu actually had a ghost button that actually toggled you back and forth from the normal game to the pirate game. So no, it was meant to be an included update, but they separated it so they could get people to buy it.
Oh yeah, it's kind of silly. Silly that they did that.
Tongue in cheek about giving more money to folks like that. So I don't know.
Yeah. To
But
be
we'll
honest,
see.
I'm not even
If they
sure
let
why
add,
I
like,
spent my money
nests
on
and
it,
some
but I
epic
guess.
craft, I might get in on it.
Yeah. But, yeah, well. I mean, I
don't know if
played
I
it
wanna run a dinosaur
briefly
the whole
only
time,
to
though.
adjust my graphic
Like,
settings.
hey, here's this super awesome sci-fi future stuff. Okay, now strap it to a pterodactyl.
Right. Yeah, I still have to optimize my graphic settings on the new version of the game. I'm actually having a hard time optimizing my settings on it.
Yeah, a lot of the time I'll let like the NVIDIA wizard stuff handle that because I'm running on an NVIDIA GPU, the GeForce Experience, and then I'll turn certain things off like gosh, VSync, that goes out the window. What else? There's something else. Motion blur, that goes right out.
Motion blur, yeah, that goes right out the window as well. Screw motion blur.
Yeah, it's so much processing power. It's like, hey, you get to see things blurred. Okay, what's that help you?
Yeah, I
with?
cannot handle the motion blur
shots.
effects. Hello, viewer. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, like for now, I leave the depth of field thing on, but I'm tempted to turn that off too, just for all the more sharper view into the distance and up close. I mean, I already have a distance issue now in real life. People put, oh, can you see it now? Putting the phone up close to my face. Like, no, I can't. It's a blur when you do that.
Yeah, my main issue with the new version of Ark is that everything looks grainy. And I've been trying to fix my graphics settings so that it doesn't look so grainy. Like, if I were to turn the graphics settings all the way up, sure, it's not grainy anymore, but then my graphics card starts screaming bloody murder, and it's unable to handle the maximum settings. But if I were to turn the settings lower than medium, then my graphics card is happy, but then the avatar becomes severely mangled up to the point that it's unrecognizable, and that drives me up the wall. So, yeah. So I seem to be getting doing kind of okay with medium settings, but I'm still trying to fool around with the various settings to try and reduce some of the annoying graininess of the game.
That reminds me of the days of some of the games up on like the PlayStation 1, where you would just get some grain and lines and stuff like that that's supposed to help it look darker and it just looks like crap. Make it look like one of the old FMV games on like the Sega CD. It's like, hey, here's a bunch of grainy dark stuff. Enjoy. Yeah, it's forever a chase with PC gaming.
Yeah, unless you have one of the newer, more powerful, 4090 cards, then yeah, you're gonna struggle. I wish I can get the 4090, but yeah, they're too expensive right now.
Now
Like,
they're
if
doing
I
all the more
wanted to
shipping
buy a
for Avatar.
4090 that I'm looking at spending about $1,800, maybe $1,900. Yeah.
Yeah, GPU will run you high. That's probably like a GPU and some RAM sticks right there.
So, I settled with what I can get. I mean, I settled with the 2060, which was just under $200 when I got it. It was actually on sale for a limited time. Normal price was $350, but they had a flash sale of $200, so I grabbed it. It was on Amazon.
Yeah, I know a lot of people used to watch Newegg. I don't know if that's the case still.
Yeah, Newegg is still there. I mean, I still look at Newegg every now and then. And then as a secondary GPU, I got the cheap, very, very cheap GT 1030 just to be able to handle my VTube avatar stuff. To take some load off the 2060. And then, of course,
Yeah, I used to run
my
this at the
system
time.
also has its own built-in Intel GPU, which really sucks, but it's good enough to run the live stream. So I assigned the live stream to the Intel GPU, and then all my games, including Second Life, onto the 2060, and then my VTubing avatar onto the 1030. And that works out just fine.
Well, that's nifty. Yeah, I kind of want to do one of those VTuber avatar thingies. I want to do Twitch and stuff like that, and Suma said he would help me get started on that, and I'd love to have just like a little avatar thing in the corner. I don't know if I would do it 3D or not, but just something there.
Yeah, mine is just a basic 3D avatar.
But yeah, I'll probably have something like my little officer hat and mask like I got rocking right now, and just kind of hang around in the corner. Maybe
Yeah.
have it jump up and down a little bit when I'm talking.
Well, I initially wanted my avatar to be able to animate when I move my head around and my hands around. It uses the webcam for motion tracking. But that made my CPU scream bloody murder. So, yeah, I had to settle without all the motion tracking because my computer did not like it. I mean, I'm only on an 8th gen i7, and apparently motion tracking requires a CPU that is much more powerful than that. I mean, by itself, it can handle that, no problem. But once I introduce live streaming into the mix, then my CPU starts getting bogged down. So I can only do either just the motion tracking without the live streaming, or the live streaming without the motion tracking. So I want to be able to live stream, so that's why I decided to not allow my VTube avatar to have the motion tracking thing, which sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you might be able to do some like pre-recorded like animation things and have them trigger off with like some presses. I think it works like that too. Because I know there's a voice activation thing that like you could just have it just kind of move or
Yeah, that's
do a
what
little
I
talking
did.
animation.
Yeah, I did the voice activation thing on mine, and it doesn't seem to use as much CPU resources. And then I enabled the setting
it
to
doesn't
allow
have
the
to
avatar just to move around at random slightly as I talk on the mic, and that seems to be okay.
Yeah, I remember when a lot of that stuff was first getting started, like some of the motion tracking things that was even going on with like Xbox just for hand waves and stuff like that. And the report went out about how Xbox is racist because people were like of the darker skin persuasion wasn't being seen by the camera. And that did not go over well.
Oh my god.
So that was a thing for a while, and that only had to like track hand swipes and some more basic stuff. But yeah, for like facial things and moving around,
It sounds
if
like
it
they
doesn't
did
track,
not
having a
take the
Willy helps.
time to train the software to be able to properly handle those with darker skin colors. That is nut. That was nuts at the
Yeah,
time. I mean, I'm hoping that they did so now.
yeah. I think within a year or two, though, we're gonna probably see something a little bit better for the whole VTuber animation thing. Like if it can't seem to like handle it right up on the system, right now trying to do remote play stuff is slow and boggy as all shit.
Yeah.
But if you were to say put the computing to watching something and put that over to the net and then back and forth, that might work out depending on the bandwidth
Yeah.
and less processing power divulged to the CPU. Because right now there's probably just people who are like running two computers, one for the game and then the other one is probably processing their avatar as well as the stream.
Right. Yeah. I mean, briefly, I did opened up an app on my phone that allowed some form of tracking, camera tracking, and it sent the tracking data over to my computer. But that was kind of wonky, and not only that, but it was also laggy. There's a delay to it, and I just don't really have a place to put the phone where the camera could always be facing me. So I scratched that idea.
Yeah,
I
you'd
just
probably have to
scrapped
put
it.
it like just below the monitor in front of it or something like that.
Yeah, I don't have a
Probably
mount
set
for
it
it
up.
that can hang it on the monitor.
Might work with one of those newer flip phone things because then you can keep it on kind of an angle thing and then just like the flip not completely out and then prop it up that way
Yeah.
and just have it on the side of my track. Unfortunately, I don't think any of the old flip phones would have the processing power to handle any of that.
No, they don't. The only thing I could do is just wait until I could pay off a lot of my credit card debt, and then once I do that, then I can be able to buy a newer computer that can better handle all this stuff at the same time.
Yeah, I just want to figure out more of an income thing. I try to fill out for jobs and I go there and they know that I have nerve damage. So they're like, oh, your hands must not be strong enough to handle yada yada yada. And then they don't hire me. Even though my friend won't hire me, they just intercept. It sucks. So I'm injured enough that they won't hire me, but not enough for the state to recognize it so I don't get any disability pay. So
Oh
sucks.
my god, that is nuts.
Yeah, that's why I'm here so much, because this is my simulated life, essentially.
Yeah, I'm in a situation where I'm unable to work either. But it's due to mental issues that make it difficult for me to work. Yeah, so the government, for some reason, they were like, yeah, we do think you have a problem. So here's a very small paycheck every month. Take that and whatever. And it's like, seriously, you're gonna give me that little money? It's like barely enough to cover rent and utilities and not much else.
Yeah, I think the next time I go see that lawyer person who's going to deduce, I should say, what they think of my situation, I'm just going to probably go off a little bit. I'm like, cock smugglers like you in the snake, they won't give me any shit, and I can't work, and you can't seem to realize that. Just because I can answer some dumbass questions, I don't get anything, and they'll probably run off like, yeah, he's a little mentally disturbed from what he's gone through. We should probably set him up before he starts taking the days that are good enough for him and hurling bricks through windows.
Yeah, you may have to get a lawyer, a
Street.
disability lawyer.
Yeah, they have things like you just like patch into that and they just handle it, but it didn't seem to work the last time. But it was my first time, so
And
I hear that almost everybody
sometimes
gets
they will
down the
deny
line.
you at first. And if they do deny you, make sure you save the letter and just reapply for it. They'll deny you again, That's okay. Reapply for it. And just keep on reapplying and reapplying and reapplying, and eventually they'll let you have it.
Yeah, I need to get on that and then see how that goes. I'd really like to just freaking work again, but it's probably going to be a thing where I got to sit somewhere comfortably a good chunk of the time. I can get up, I can walk, but I don't always necessarily have a good day where I can always walk a lot. So then I just need
Yeah,
to
I
undo it
can't
or I'm
walk
going to really
much.
have
I
myself
can't
up
walk
again.
much either, mainly because of my obesity.
Yeah, it was a long trail for me because back in 2015, I wound up with a blood pressure of over 300, 150. Walked my ass off. They said, oh, you got to do 6,000 steps a day. Did that, dropped a whole bunch of the weight. And then I wound up messing up my back that way, and they won't recognize it. I tried to yank the gate up when I was already not feeling good that day, and I was like, nope, that's where it went out. And I crawled and basically sat in utter pain in a chair all day. Thankfully, I didn't have to make too much change because no one was in that day too much at the arcade. So I held on to that job because I knew I was going to miss it when it was gone because I've been there for like 16 years. And then sure enough, the mall came out from under it. So the arcade closed down literally after because nobody, informed me. Not the management of the mall nor head office said, oh, by the way, the mall's closed at. So we were just still making schedule. We wound up like a day or two after the mall was already closed. So I held on to that, and they threatened the police that we weren't supposed to be there, and so then I closed up after that. And like, you really could have just told me, because none of y'all told me that we were closed, neither my home office or your home office.
Wow.
So it would have been nice rather than threatening with me with police. You really could have just said, why are you guys still here? Tell me, and I'll be like, oh, okay. Let me make a phone call, close up the gate, and we'll get shut down. So did that, and then they're like, oh, well, you actually stayed at the job for like till it closed. That actually hurts your disability case. I'm like, wow, try to do a good and right thing and you just get screwed for it. So then I was getting that under control, and they wanted to throw me around to these like, oh, well, you need to do these exercises, this hot pool thing, and like it was like hurting me worse with my leg, and I'm like, yeah, this is hurting me worse, so I don't even know why we should bother. And they're like, yeah, don't even bother with the final session, and if it's not helping, then it's just not helping. I found what helps is stop effing around with it. Lay down for a couple months. So I did a whole lot less walking, and it got a bit better. And I was still barely eating anything like that because I wanted to drop down and gain a little bit of weight. But then, all right, well, okay, maybe I can make it back to work like a couple years later. And I'm like, oh, now my blood sugar is way out of control. Now I got to go jump on that. So I jumped on that, got it back down. Everything seemed okay. I had a little bit of numbness in the toes, but everything seemed like pretty legit to the point where I was able to even eat normal again, and the blood sugar just seemed like fine. In fact, I would have some kind of sugar, and it would breed that I was actually lower than if I didn't have it, like after I would sleep that night. And then out of nowhere, even though blood sugar was under control, like that bad The Thing video game, even though you just test the person if they're, infected by the thing or not, I wound up getting a whole bunch of pain out of nowhere anyway. Woke up one morning with that's the whole razor blades in the hands, went up the arms. That's what it felt like, and then the ache was just horrible the next day, and then it just spread throughout my body within 3 weeks, and then I was like that for years.
Oh my
To the
God.
point where I barely type. You would press a key and it would feel like my finger was breaking. I forced myself into still flying at least once a weekend by putting the keyboard, my arms, my hands under a blanket with my forearms over a heating pad to fool the nerves, and then just otherwise weather the pain and ache for out of control levels for about a year, and it's still pretty bad 2 years. And it just got a little bit better and better over time, and I'm on a whole lot of gabapentin, more a day than most people see in a month. And that pretty much leads me to where I'm at now.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it was just one crazy shit after the other. And that's enough of like the other crazy things that's happened in my life. So it's nearly impossible to fathom of it being real, but I've lived it, I've had to deal with it, and The one day that my memory was cognitive enough that I was able to repeat back the numbers was the day that they tested me, and that's probably partly why I don't have that thing now, because I genuinely tried my best with the lawyer guy, and apparently it was considered normal enough that I could probably work. And jobs are all turning me down so far. So yeah, I fell through the cracks of society. So just like any other person who would fall through the cracks of society, I'd become something of a pirate. I just do it on a loophole legal level.
Yeah. I don't know, it's messed up.
But yeah, it's a long ongoing story. Then I get like people like Vanilla who want to shake my monkey tree. Just leave me be. Let me do what I'm doing. But yeah, if I could get that Twitch thing up and going, there's a bunch of people who are, they might be wrong, but they're pretty positive I have a chance that if I start up a Twitch thing, I can characterize enough that people would gain a following if I kept it up regularly, and I got only so much else that I have to do regularly other than Sky Pirate duties, so, and I could wrap that up sort of into each other.
I would love to get started with Twitch. I mean, I do have an account on Twitch, but I haven't really started it mainly because Twitch does not like when people stream certain things, and Second Life is one of them.
Yeah, I've seen the list. Like Yandere Simulator or whatever is a big no-no. Any hentai game is a big no-no.
I mean,
so,
GTA
yeah, SL,
is...
you show up naked half the time in SL, so...
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you're here, naked. Now here's your clothes. Well, gee, maybe we could have thought that one out a little better.
Yeah, GTA, even though it's technically not on the list, but a lot of the things that happen on GTA would likely make Twitch want to ban it. So, yeah, it's... I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Rockstar and Take-Two had a little bit of a background wink and a nod with Twitch to get that by. The offline, if you play it, there's problems. There are more naked things in the offline version than there are in the online.
Well, I only play the online version.
The guy just literally has his dick hanging out and just runs after you.
Oh my god.
In the online part of it, yeah, that's totally not a thing unless someone pulled it from the files and is basically one of the people doing hacks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then just up on you and then hump you wherever you go, and then there's nothing you can do about it because the mods.
Yeah, I only play the online version in private sessions with friends.
Yeah, if they did the private session thing a little sooner, where you could do all the missions in private sessions, I probably would have been on it more.
Yeah, you actually can do all the missions.
Had to be non-private.
Yeah, you can actually do every single mission on a private session now if you wanted. Either a crew-only session, a friend-only session, or by yourself in a private session.
Yeah, they should have done that right off the bat. And because a lot of things were forced to, oh, you have to play with all these other online people, including the kid who stole his father's credit card and just, like, has everything and lives and breathes the game to get the best kill versus death ratio in a game where that proves nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, well, now it's just not that fun.
Well, Rockstar realized what a pain in the ass it was to make people freaking have to be in a public session in order to do missions. Because people would grief each other all the time.
Yeah, people were telling them that for years. They just didn't want to listen. And then the people who found a way around it to do a private public session by tricking out how much bandwidth they allow it, the people who made money that way then had a bunch of their stuff taken away because they're like, oh, you're cheating. And like, they're cheating because your idea that trying to do this all online with a bunch of people who are just living and breathing to stop them because they have nothing better to do is dumb. And you're losing people because of it. But
if you do play in a public, if you do play a mission in a public session, then you know I think the awards or the rewards you get from it are a little higher. But you don't have to do a public session now if you don't want to. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who cares about the the extra incentive to do it in a public session? We all do it in private anyways.
Yeah, it's definitely different from what it used to be. For years, there were just certain missions that you would absolutely have to do publicly, and it was like, this sucks. Like, hey, you got to go back and protect your weed house or something like that. Good job dealing with Johnny Rico over here, who's lives and breathes, who doesn't want you to live forever, and he's just going to kill you with a flying motorcycle because he can.
Yeah, or whiz
Just a
on by
nightmare.
you in a big military jet and fire off missiles at you.
Yeah, the flying motorcycle, the last one, there's just no limitations to what it could do practically. And because it's still classified as a motorcycle, you could land it, get your MC club to take it and pull it back out, and it's fully restocked, and they just go right back after you. It was ridiculous. Whoever came up with the balancing for that thing right off the bat should just like be on the unemployment line. And it was that way for like, I want to believe it was like that for like 2 years. It's like, just how? Why? So I actually had a lady friend for a while who played it, and I was getting back into it, and I got that package thing where I have the airport and stuff like that, and those airport missions, some of them, it's like, you got to fly this slow-ass airplane and defend it from a bunch of fucking jets who want to knock it out of the sky with better guns than you. Good luck. Yeah, I have not been able to finish that one.
Wow.
I do like that goose-like plane though, and it's actually in part based off of a project the Navy actually had for a long time. It's how their VTOL stuff actually got started. It was a goose plane with a flip-top wing with bigger props on it. And so for Grand Theft Auto, they took that same idea and gave it the flip-top wing, but instead of just 2 extra large props like the Osprey has, which is probably what the project evolved into, they have 4 engines on it, and in theory that could probably haul it up. But for some strange reason, you can't launch that thing normally out of the water. I've tried. Get plenty of forward motion, try and pick it up. She just doesn't want to pick up off the water after VTOL it every damn time.
Yeah, it sounds like a bug or something.
Yeah, airplanes are a bit of an odd duck in Grand Theft Auto. You try and slow your RPM down, and you slow it down, but by slowing it down, you're eventually slowing it to a stop. And mid-air with your engines turning off generally works for only so long. It's not the optimal way to land.
Yeah, flying in GTA is not realistic at all.
But yeah, I can understand not exactly realistic, but not being able to slow my RPM down to a proper landing.
But I
without turning
understand
them
why
off.
they implemented flight the way they do, is to make it easy for everybody to just, fly in GTA.
Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe I'm pulling too far back on the trigger that is the brake that's supposed to slow the engine down, and it's turning off, but I don't know, I just can't seem to do it. And yeah, it's the shark cards. They get so many shark cards, that's why they just keep doing it, and probably why they haven't changed the game for like now 3 console generations.
I mean, they have been adding new content to it, though. Regularly.
Yeah, I've seen it. They've steadily updated it. Like, at first though, GTA Online was a barren wasteland of nothing. It took them how long to get the heists rolling?
Quite a while.
It was a rough start, to say the least. But yeah, I'll probably wait to see what happens with the next GTA. It feels like it would be a lost thing to like try and get in on the game, like the current one, because if you pay money into it, eventually it's all got to go away. It's like now Layton's life cycle, because the next one's on the way, and they'll probably keep it up for maybe a year or two after the new one's out, but then they're eventually going to shut those servers down, force people to migrate. And I don't know if that, did they ever say if that's going to transfer any money or goods over to the new one? Probably
I
not,
don't
I'd
think
imagine.
so. No, I don't think so. But yeah, eventually they're gonna want to shut the old
Yeah, probably
game
not.
down.
If they did that, I'd probably be maybe a little bit more willing to like really get into the current one a bit more.
But there's always, you know, the 5M mods or the 5M servers.
Yeah, there are those for the people who do stuff like the RP servers and stuff like that. I've watched a few of the comp ones. They get pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean anyone can start a 5M server. You just need a you know a big enough system to put it on, and enough bandwidth as well.
They could just mod and everything. So I guess there's that. I could play it on one of those servers. Have to learn how to patch it in. And they just probably mod everything in where you don't even have to pay for it. It's all in the game files anyways.
Well, yeah, it's easy. All you have to do is just install the 5M client, and then the 5M client will do everything for you. And it doesn't touch any of the official server stuff either. That way, you know, if you want to play on the official GTA servers, you know, you can, because 5M does not touch any of the official stuff.
Yeah, just probably launch the game as normal with 5M closed down, I'd imagine.
I think 5M makes a copy of the game. I think that's what it does. And then it, you know, patches its copy.
That's probably going to take a whole lot of hard drive space, but yeah, I could do it.
Oh, I did find out that not too long ago, Rockstar bought out 5M and also Red M, which is the same company. Because at first, Rockstar was trying to ban 5M and Red M, but they decided, yeah, you know what, we'll just buy those two out. And we'll, you know, make those two officially supported. So that's what they did.
That might wind up working against people. They might still shut that down too then when the next one comes out.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I mean, hopefully they'll keep that up.
But then someone else will just...
Oh yeah, I mean 5M is open. I think it's open source, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'd probably look on how to get started up with the Twitch thing, see if I could get streaming on that. Then I can look into some of the other stuff and the content that people would want to watch with it. I'll probably play
Yeah,
stuff like
5M
Helldive
is
and
open
that.
source. It's on GitHub, so anybody could just fork it and you know restart the 5M project again. Also Red M.
Yeah. It's kind of like with Fantasy Star Online that someone had Blue Burst forever and a half because the game got shut down. Then they did Project Blue Burst, which was done by somebody else, and Sega said, "Fine, you want to do that? You go ahead." So they just did that for years, kept PSO up running. So it'll probably be a similar kind of routine. It's kind of hard to put, you know, those strange things back in the box once you've already opened it. You can't uninvent the wheel. Just someone else will just do it on up. But we'll see. There's some interesting stuff coming up again. There's some games that are actually looking appealing again. RoboCop. I have that and I haven't even played it yet, but picking a guy up and then holding him up to his own grenade he accidentally dropped and shooting everybody else in the crotch and have it react is actually pretty funny. Throw people through windows. Beat a guy to death with a computer monitor from the 90s ideal of the future to the point that they fall through the window.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Have a copy of Crimson Skies? Yes, I do, actually. I have the online digital copy. I have a physical copy somewhere. If we're talking about the second Crimson Skies game, I don't have a copy of the very first one, though. I could probably find it somewhere. I doubt anyone's going to be mad if I found it and downloaded it at this point. But yeah, there's people who actually got the second Crimson Skies PvP working again, at least for a while. They just hosted their own server and patched it through. Yeah, I've seen someone YouTube episode the very first Crimson Skies. There's a few people who've done that. They probably have to go through like some crazy DOSBox shit or something of that nature to get it to work, but hey, people get it to work. What's nice about having an Xbox nearby is that the hardware is there and set up preset to work things at, you know, an optimal power level, and then you just find a way to network that through and stream it, and it works out pretty nice. Like, I've always been kind of wanting to replay more fully Fallout 3, but back in the day, Fallout 3 on some computers was hitchy as fuck. Even playing it on the Xbox 360, when you got later on in the game, you would walk around and feel that hitch.
Oh my god.
With that frame drop in between, and I'm like, ugh, I can't stand it. It just bugs the hell out of me.
That ain't good.
So I just stopped playing it. But yeah, it's like, it would move and then just like that very brief pause over and over again. And probably a lot of people wouldn't notice it, but I notice it and I feel it, and it bugs me. It so bugs me. If you turn a mouse and it's not going to follow where you're turning, you know, accurately, that bugs the hell out of me. That hitch for a moment where nothing reads. Because everything that happens in Fallout and Skyrim and things made with like a Gamebryo engine is directly tied to the frame rate. So if you have a drop frame, that's it. That's dropped input. I hate that. I hate dropped input.
Rachel is wondering if they were using I/O streamed maps on slow platter drives.
Service.
Yeah, Rachel is talking in local.
Yeah, I was looking at, like, if I had a copy of Crimson Skies, so I answered that. Let's see, there's probably a couple thousand right now of them, so yeah, I was reading that. Let me see what else here. I wonder if they're using I/O streamed maps on slower platter drive. Maybe. I mean, because the Xbox 360 had a fucking little spinny of a drive up in its top portion, and that's what you had to work with. But now in Xbox Series X, you play Fallout 3, butter smooth. I went to go play on that even over a PC because there's nothing else that's going to interfere with it. And I think the setting for Fallout 3 is probably the best out of the more modern Fallouts. Of course, New Vegas was good too. Like, New Vegas started out with a whole bunch of crippling problems, but there's never been a Fallout game that didn't have problems. Not a one. I love the universe, but Fallout 1, you bet there's some bugs, and if you, for a long time, if you didn't have like somebody who was hosting like those updates, you just weren't going to get them, because before Steam settled the PC gaming out west, you had to rely on a company keeping up a website to grab the updates, and some of them would want you to update manually by replacing files in right places, and you F that up, wouldn't work. Steam settled that nonsense. So once things like Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics, you could just update on Steam, that was beautiful. Because even Fallout 2, if you left your car out there, because you could get a car in Fallout 2, you would leave it, and without the right patch, you would go back to it. The trunk of the car with your inventory, which was acting like a treasure chest, was there, but the rest of the car was gone. You were not
Woo!
driving it anywhere for the rest of its life. It's like someone committed Grand Theft Auto with this old-ass car and left the trunk.
Oh my god.
So that was a patch that was necessary. But yeah, Interplay was definitely not without their bugs. But Fallout 1, they basically had to finish a combat system for overnight. Because the people who were working on that, like, pulled out at the last minute of the development. The fact that that turn-based system works with that targeting and that percentage as well as it does is a flipping miracle. And then that folded over into Fallout 2. And there's some funny shit that would happen in Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics. Like, you go into a town and the town decided they wanted to fight you because they didn't like something you did. Like, this small child would run out and throw rocks at you. And then for some reason, small child picked up a grenade somewhere he found out. Missed through it. Landed at his feet. Blew him like 5 squares backwards.
Wow.
Fallout 3, that was the end of that. You could start using children as mobile versions of cover because the children will never die in Fallout 3 because they just couldn't have kid death for some reason.
That is fucked up.
Either way you look at it, it's not going to go over well, so you might as well just allow it to do the heinous thing and see the kid just like land a grenade at his feet for at least comedic value. Sooner or later, someone does a bad guy run. Like me, I was generally a good guy, help a whole lot of people. Did I still take things out of those graves? Yes. That jerk who had some stuff, who was a tard that was wouldn't go over well, would I sneak up on him and sneak stuff out of his pants? Absolutely. I was basically Jack Sparrowing my way through life in Fallout even before I did the Sky Pirate thing, so. Yeah. For a while, back in the early 2000s, or around like even later, like 2008, something went down where it's like, oh, we can't have kids die in movies or media at all anymore. It's just too sad.
Yeah.
It's just so bad.
I think they did
And I'm like,
because
okay,
of ethical reasons. I think that's why
Yeah.
none of the movies and game manufacturers would allow that kind of thing.
Yeah. And that's why
And I
for
can
a while we were
understand
just
it,
so
though.
virgin
I
to
can
it.
definitely understand why they would not do that.
But yeah, then we started seeing the Thailand movies coming over, and they don't care. They will make stunt children. We saw one kid get picked up by this roid-induced one Muay Thai fighter and just get chucked at the shelves, and we're like, damn. But this was like a kid that was trained to be a stunt child or something like that. And then, of course, there was the movies even earlier than that, where, you know, people like, God, I can't remember the name, but he works on OSI, which is like an online TV station of sorts, and would joke about how, like, oh, they have the stunt children over there. It's okay, they work for half the pay. It's just... But yeah, in video games though, it's like, come on, you know this is fake. His pixels are going to be okay in the
true.
morning.
I mean, they're just pixels, but a lot of people throughout the years have been complaining a lot about it, so that's why they just don't implement that feature.
Yeah, like the same people who went after Tekken because they're angry that there's a fighting kangaroo and a panda bear.
Jesus
The
Christ.
ASPC, oh, you can't have that. It's violence against animals. Well, come on. Can't they also have equal
Uh,
opportunities? I mean, if I went after Kuma the bear, a big North American brown bear, and I went to go punch him, I'm sure he could put up a real fight. I'm sure he could potentially kick my ass.
I mean, guess fucking PETA complaining about that shit. Well, that group could kiss my ass.
Yeah, they'll like leave the animal in there long enough for the bad footage before they even go help it. Sometimes one until they get multiple. Let's film this dog for a day before we actually help it. Like, you jerks. But yeah, unfortunately, it's come out about a whole lot of charity type things that they're like spending more money on their CEOs and calling themselves a non-profit organization. And turns out they're making quite a profit with less the taxes under that status. Just no honest shit anymore.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh. Let's see. I got a message. I got to answer back on here. My chat's on my voicemail.
Have a good one, Rachel. And blue skies!
The old DuckTales ending music. The DuckTales game.
I haven't seen DuckTales since I was a kid.
Oh, I watch it on Twitch sometimes. Someone puts that up here and there. I watch more Twitch pirate stations than I do real TV anymore.
Yeah, I mostly watch YouTube stuff, YouTube videos, and the occasional Twitch stream here and there. I don't even watch TV anymore except once in a while with an antenna to listen to the local reports, but that's about it.
Yeah, we still have a cable package here because we don't want to mess with it because we should be grandfathered at a certain speed that I want to keep. But in theory, they might have even been choking that back, so I got to check back more on that. But it's been working well enough for everything I need to do.
Yeah.
Generally, if I can cross simulators at the rate that I do, which is pretty good in Second Life, and that's not being bogged down or smashed up, I'm generally fairly happy. If you can consistently cross Second Life simulators, it means you're doing pretty good, and it should work for almost everything else across
heck
the
yeah.
internet.
Well, with my internet, I have decent download speeds, 300 meg, but it's the upload speeds that are really awful, 10 meg.
Yeah, and that probably gets all the more rough when you're also streaming. 'cause
Yeah.
then it's got to show that.
Yeah, my upload speed my upload bandwidth gets severely bogged down when I'm live streaming, so I'm having to do a dance and with the optimization settings to ensure that I'll have just enough upload speed for everything else. So at the moment, I got my live streamer set up so that it's only using, let's see here. I can actually take a look at the settings without interrupting the stream.
I have an idea
So,
of how you might be
7
able to deal
megs a second is what I'm using, which leaves me 3 megs of bandwidth for everything else. which is just barely enough for a Second Life to run and everything else.
Let's see. So what's your cell phone plan? Do you have infinite data?
No. Well, they
'cause if you
say
did-
I have infinite data, but once I reach to a certain point, I get throttled to 128 kilobits per second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say that if you do a certain thing and they might not catch on, if you're only using it to outcast a stream and not doing downloading at the same time too much, is that you could potentially run the phone as a hotspot and then have one machine do the streaming work and then hotspot that sucker while your other playing game computer is doing the actual upload and download of just the game.
Yeah.
And then that would probably work out.
I
as
never
long as they
thought
don't
of that
get hit too.
actually. But yeah, the cell phone, yeah, my cell phone's data is technically limited. And not only that, but the bandwidth around here fluctuates wildly. Like one moment I could be getting like 50 megs a second up and down. The next moment I might be getting, I don't know, maybe 3 meg upload and less than 1 download, or vice versa. And it's just like every second the bandwidth changes. It's
A lot of
unpredictable.
surrounding devices. A lot of people patch in and stuff like that, checking for new things and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't get consistent speeds with the cell phone providers.
yeah, with the phone networks, they can indeed flux. I don't know. Do you have a neighbor that has a thing that they don't mind you patching into?
All the Wi-Fi networks here are secured, and I don't know
Well,
who
if
the
you have a
neighbors
neighbor
are.
that would let you in on one, you could patch one machine in through that to do the streaming at certain times where it's not going to bug them, where they're not going to be bothered with it.
Yeah, I mean, it is an option if I could find a neighbor that's willing to do it.
Yeah, because even though it'll still technically be going through like the same branch of the home servers, it'll still not be throttled or choked to whatever it is per your plan, which they do these days because for some reason, and I really don't understand how, they're able to choke that more even though it's been declared a public utility rather than just the other private thing that it used to be classified as. Each one has their pros and cons.
They do it to make you purchase, passes in order to get your speed back, aka more money. They make more money off of you when they do that.
But yeah, that Ajit guy got pushed it to the point where so it would be considered a public utility.
Good.
And of course, when he then retires out, he's got a cushy job waiting for him for the very company that probably wanted him to push it, which is a conflict of interest. Which that would be funny as shit if a year or so from now, after people get over their, trying to throw each other in jail on the other political levels, if they would go after him.
Well, hopefully making it a public utility will stop them from throttling everybody.
But yeah, that seems to be more of a thing now, as it declared as a public utility than it wasn't. I don't know. It's a lot of back and forth stuff. Some of it hearsay, some of it pros, some of it cons.
Yeah.
One thing traded for another.
Well, hopefully things work out.
Yeah, I only get up in arms when I utterly get screwed. And otherwise, I'm generally pretty passive in life. Like, if someone tries to take a war to me, then, it's like, why? What did I possibly do to you that, you would want to come after me? Otherwise, like, leave me be. Let me fly my airplane around and run this shit. It's only when people like Vanilla just come up and be like, oh, it's just, know that you're just trying to cause problems and lag us, blah, 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 and then, like, blocks me so I can't have even a reply where it says I should go die. And that's what I work with out in the wild sometimes. And nobody does anything about it because they don't know what to do about it, because generally you would figure a Linden might do something about it. And I've not had a Linden help me when it comes to an individual of griefing, like pretty much my God, what are we going on? 16 years now? Probably. I really have a very low dependence on Lindens. It's why I never bought a premium. I've been here the whole time on just a free account, because every time I was about to buy a premium account, or rent it as it really would be, something's always happened to show me maybe you shouldn't, maybe this won't be, maybe this is not very helpful.
Yeah.
Now it's just an extra expense that I don't want to be paying because I don't have an income, and I'm already bleeding savings into like a PSN account and probably something else. I canceled Xbox Live again like a year ago now, because I just wasn't
I've been
using
getting
it.
by with a premium account myself, but I hardly ever buy extra Lindens now since I got the Premium Plus.
Yeah, the only Lindens I have is basically out of my dealings here, and I make it work. I keep a cushion for savings needs for coalition stuff. If people are short on uploads and it's a project, I can toss them the money for that. I'll have enough for like doing some weekend sales shopping with
Oh,
a few
heck
things
yeah.
up.
The neat thing about being Premium Plus is that all of my uploads are free except Mesh. Mesh still costs, but everything else is free uploads. So if anybody needs an upload or something, they can come to me for it.
Yeah, so that's handy.
Yeah, I don't have a
Most-
problem, helping somebody out with an upload. That way, it saves them money.
Yeah, that's cool. I just spend like maybe 20 or so Lindens or so a week on uploads, but then I just put the sign thing up. It's for the double-sided posters at the movies. And then I put it up for people to pick up for 10 Lindens, so that way if people pick it up for like 2 people pick it up, the upload's been afforded. And I just break even. And then the tip jar, of course, is in there, but that's a tip jar for everything else I do with going finding the fun facts, doing a presentation to make people laugh before the movie even starts, then basically riffing on it with everybody else, MST3K style. And I make a few tips that way. And I get a little bit from my workings with anything that carries like some of the seal of approval that has made an item that's official to lore. And the lore gets written up for it, like the typhoon and the tsunami and stuff like that. And then they're official, and that way if we have that little logo thing that says, ASPC official content on the vendors, people look for that and then know that automatically it's going to be accepted. So if they're looking for a plane or a paint job and they're not sure if it would count, if they see that logo, they know that it'd be there. It's like basically
Oh,
building
heck yeah.
the Nintendo seal of official brand type thing. So anything that has that on there, I think I still do a 15%. I'm probably going to back that down when I get a few more people on there, and it'll just be 10%. And then I just get like a shard off of whatever purchase is on that. And then if people need to recoup first or something like that, I'm like, okay, well, don't even worry about my splinter. For now, just start, doing it when you can, and you've got that paid off of whatever went into the project. And if people need stuff for the project, like I said, we're out here. But, a lot of people just like to go it alone. So, there's that too.
Right.
So I make a little bit here and there. The planes that I weigh in on and help partially design, like the Reaper Fire concepts, how the air brakes are going to work, what kind of things are going to trigger for them. Like, does this actually aerodynamically work well enough for lore? Or for real, for that matter. And a lot of people say, oh, I doubt that would fly. You'd be surprised what could fly. You should see what some of they did in the 1920s. Oh my gosh, they have,
Oh, heck yeah.
they have one airplane, it looked like a giant fucking, fan. It looked like a surrounded walled fan that you would have in like a garage that you would blow on a car when they want to test it standing still on rollers. But huge, and the cockpit was at the top, and the thing flew. Some of the most ridiculous things flew back in the day, but they were willing to experiment.
And
which is
back when
strange,
the
'cause they didn't
very
have parachutes.
first airplane was created, The very first flyable one, that is. People thought that thing was impossible to fly until the Wright brothers, actually got airborne with it. I mean, they didn't go very far. They didn't go very high. I think they must have flew that, maybe 10 feet up off the ground. I think they went a mile with it or something. I'm not sure. But they didn't go very far with it, and they didn't go very high. But they did technically achieve flight because they were no longer on the ground. Yeah. Even if it was a mere 10 feet off the ground, still, it's flight.
Yeah, it worked. And it was the same thing.
It was a proof of concept is what it was.
Yeah. They got their spot in the record books. That's all they really needed, and then a lot of it went from there. Like the first, the Spruce Goose, which I believe he hated having it called that, but it stuck anyway. He took it up once. Never again. Because even he was getting a little unsure if that thing was going to fly, because that thing was made of freaking wood. Like, a whole lot of it was still wood. You have to wonder, just like, where is the braking limit on making something wood like this that's going to go up in the sky and then carry not only, like, its engines that are also yanking it around forward and out of the water and then coming back down in the water. But it ran. And we might see the age coming back of large seaplanes to boot, because the Navy had a limit on weight operations for boat planes to the point where the PBY, the customized one with 2 added electrical engines, they said that they weren't going to use it or buy it back because it was technically past operating safety weights.
Uh-huh.
But now they're talking about putting the C-130 out on the water. And I'm like, man, no one's talking about it. But if they're willing to do that, that means they're getting ready to be feeling the willpower of throwing that safety weight limits out the window. If they do that, that means there's a whole open gateway of putting aircraft back out on the water. Things could get pretty big again.
I mean, if seaplanes could do it, then they certainly can with the, the bigger air military craft. Certainly.
Yeah, and I said years ago that you watch when shit starts hitting the fan and they're going to want things to put up there that don't cost as much to maintain and run, especially if it's real bad. Watch those propeller planes come back. And it kind of happened sooner than I thought it would. Now they're putting stuff like the Sky Tractor back up in the sky with like an electronic missiles kit that can because you can shoot them from miles away. Who cares if you can't maneuver them? Which is even the state of the United States jets right now that are expensive as all shit. It's like, oh, Mother Russia has jet that can fly rings around. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can shoot you from miles away and you can't.
Mother Russia, yeah.
Good luck.
Oh my goodness.
You better have some better stealth technology to sneak up, and right now you don't apparently have it. What a joke they are. But yeah. Great jets. They maneuver great, but they can't hit things from quite as far as a United States craft can right now. Like freaking North Korean missiles. Why do they fire them over Japan to wind up on the other side? Because that's about as far as they're ever going to fly ever.
Yeah, they can't. They can't seem to get their shit together.
The world.
And you know what? It's a good thing that they are not able to get their shit together, because if they were able to get their shit together, then they would have been a threat to the whole world.
Yeah, I even think China and Russia know better than to give them certain things. They're like, okay, you want military hardware? Okay, here's this tank thing that we don't need anymore. You go play pop gun in the corner, okay? Okay. We're gonna... World affairs, though, you let us know when something goes bad. Good, North Korea. Because even when they were flying missiles around, shouting big words, I think even China was starting to back up a little bit and say, okay.
Even China and Russia can't seem to get their shit together either. I mean, sure, they could do it better than North Korea, but, they still can't really, do much better either. do much. I mean,
Yeah.
sorry, they still can't do much either. And again, that's also a good thing that they can't do much.
Yeah, Russia will have maneuverability in jets and some drones. Kind of like we have drones. They do have some drone tech. Do they have the ability to fly those Russian ICBMs at us? I doubt they work
Take
anymore.
a look at Ukraine, for example. I mean, Russia was very confident that they would be able to take all of Ukraine within 2 or 3 days. It's been a couple of years and they're still having a hard time.
Yeah, it's like Vietnam all over again.
I mean,
It's like,
Ukraine is
here comes
whipping
the
Russia's
policing
ass
action.
pretty
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
They're not going to give up
Oh,
either.
yeah.
Oh no, they're going to keep whipping that ass no matter what.
Yeah, well, there's also drone tanks out on that front. It's basically become a testing ground out there. I mean, it sucks that you have someone who's now flying missiles at their power plants, which makes me really concerned because you got to wonder how many of Ukraine's power plants are nuclear.
Yeah, there's
Now,
a
do we
lot.
really wanna
There's several
bombing them?
nuclear power plants over there, and if any of them were to get bombed or otherwise go into meltdown, all of Europe is fucked, including Russia themselves.
Yeah, it's like, dear Russia, you do realize that you are already afraid of when Chernobyl happens. What do you think's going to happen if you continue to throw missiles at these people who probably have nuclear power plants, or who knows, maybe you think it was a coal plant and they upgraded it and you don't know, and that stiff wind comes your way? What do you think's going to
Yeah,
happen?
I mean, they already have a nuclear plant, and Russia already has bombed the nuclear plant quite a bit. And now there's the warning by different world experts that are sounding off, and they're saying if that gets bombed anymore, that whole region is done for. Ukraine is fucked, Russia is fucked, yes, even Russia will suffer from the nuclear fallout. And the rest of Europe will also suffer from nuclear fallout. You know, France, Germany, England, and all the other ones. All that whole entire area will be fucked for a good long time. Become uninhabitable.
Yeah, one lit on it. I don't even know if they've got Japan's situation under control. Probably not.
So yeah.
That thing's been pouring water out in the ocean for who knows how long.
Oh, for the Japan situation, they're doing the best they can to minimize it. I mean, they do filter out as much of the nuclear crap as they can before letting the water go out into the ocean. I mean, some of it is still going out into the ocean. Yeah, that's a given, but at least, you know, they're doing the best they can to minimize the amount of nuclear crap going into the ocean.
Yeah, eventually they're going to probably just have to dig out a huge chunk with some huge Japan-sized sci-fi machinery. Like, then yank the whole thing into the hole.
I mean, they
and just
did
keep
seal
pouring
up
lead
that
on it.
whole entire plant down there in Japan.
Yeah, because I know, like, the Chernobyl thing, they made, like, a huge moving garage to put over the bloody thing, and that thing's still leaking again. A mess that is a whole lot of that stuff.
Yeah,
like, oh,
I
yeah,
know
it's
Russia
depleted.
during the Ukraine war, they did go into Chernobyl, and you know they tried to mess around over there, but only for their military folks there to, I forget what they're called now, to experience the effects of radiation. Yeah. Their own there we go, soldiers. Yeah, them Russian soldiers, they're not doing very well over there right now. Big mistake for them to go back into Chernobyl.
Yeah, they're a bit of a mess over there. I don't know what people are thinking. It's like, Even back when I was in high school, they gave us these little news like paper things that we were supposed to read, and we would go over them in class. And then they're like, "Oh well, we found that depleted uranium hits harder and it pierces." And I'm like, wait a minute, this stuff is like nuclear, and you're now throwing it in a cannon and firing it at people. And of course, that one like homeroom teacher who was like an assistant gym teacher jock, he's like, "Yeah, but it's no longer irradiated. It's depleted. It's fine." And I'm like, this is dumb. You guys are thinking it's going to be totally fine. This thing that glowed in the dark no more than 10 years ago, if that, because you think it's depleted. You're chucking it into the floor and walls.
I mean,
And
sure,
you guys are all staring at me like I'm dumb?
it might be depleted, but it's still very much radioactive, and it's still, radiating, and it's still lethal.
It's toxic as all shit. It then later went into the military pamphlets about like, do not drink the water in the war zone area as the depleted uranium it breaks apart into the dust and toxifies the water. I'm like, yeah,
It's
this
still
is what I tried to
radioactive.
tell people in 1995.
Yeah, it's still radioactive.
I was a freshman, and I was the one willing to step up and say, no, this is bad. This is a dumb idea. Of course, you know how it goes in high school. Oh, what's he know? He's just a freshman from the
Oh,
corner
yeah,
way.
back in 1995. I was just a toddler back then. I think it was like, 5, I think? Something like that.
Oh, man. But yeah, 1995, people had thoughts. And they were weird,
Yes,
man.
the 90s. That was one heck of an era.
But yeah, the 80s were fun in their own right way. I kind of wish I was older for the 80s, but at the same time, not so much, because being born at like the birth of the 80s means I was old enough to get started with the birth of music videos, which I like. And on top of that, I then got to at least witness the 80s and know what chunks of it were like. And then into the 90s, where gaming was really starting to get ready to take off. As far as I'm concerned, the Super Nintendo is where it was really getting started. The first Nintendo settled the field. It's like, okay, you all have a game console and everybody wants to come out with one. Match this. And they're like, no. Everyone seemed to give up at once except for Sega. So then that settled the console market for a while. And then Super Nintendo then came
I got a
around,
knock
like,
on the door.
oh, okay. I can always tell that story later. All right. Let's see.
Okay, I am back.
Alright, I'm back.
Ah. Let's lock the door so that it forces my mom to bang on it next time she comes back. Because if I leave it unlocked, she'll just walk right on in without knocking. Whew, boy.
Oh yeah, my toggle's not on. Here we go.
Yeah, it would
Push
help
mine's
if
up.
your mic was on.
Yeah. I'm still trying to get used to it because I know people get annoyed that I keep open mic all the time. That and I've been getting used to sort of toggling the mic while playing Helldivers again, and my hand's been able to tolerate it, so the other hand now does this toggle, so I'm trying to get used to the idea of using it now and again. Let's get this chug thing open. I need a better thing to keep ice in, though. It's neat that this thing keeps like ice in its ice form for like 12 hours.
Oh, wow.
And it starts like only melting very, very slowly. It's very impressive. The downside is it's technically a drink thermos thing, so it still has a little bit of a pinched off neck. So it means that I have to put my fingers in here and tumble the shit around to get it into the cup.
Oh, that's not fun.
Yeah, it takes a bit. Right now it's not too bad, thankfully. Sometimes it refreezes somehow, even though it's not even electrified. It just decides that it's going to melt a little bit, and then refreeze, and it becomes a block, and I have to use my fingers to then actually break it, which takes a little bit more attention, and that can not feel good sometimes. How damn you, Ice Cube, get in there. But kind of like some of the way the Eastern folk would carry the jug on their shoulder and then tip it downward to pour it, is the art that I've now mastered myself for pouring ice out of this thing. And it works. And then I have that, and I'll just like pour the bottles of like sugarless flavored water that I've mixed together that I keep over here. And it also partially melts that, so it thins it out a little bit, so it goes the extra distance. And I'm not drinking as much of it at a time, because even though it's technically not exactly the same kind of sugar, it is still something of a sort.
Well, yeah, of course.
And it's made of an extract of that they actually kill bugs with.
Oh, my. That ain't good.
Yeah. It's kind of how sweeteners work. They found that there's a thing that they kill bugs with that actually tastes sweet, and that's kind of what they made the new sweetener out of, which in theory, actually, though, somehow as organic as it is, seems to be less of a problem than other stuff. So far they think Splenda is the better one, so that's basically what's going into everything now.
Huh. Now, hopefully it
But yeah, I'm not...
isn't. Yeah, hopefully it's not one of those slow-acting poisons.
It kind of sort of is, in a way, but it generally, at least a chunk of it, filters back out of the body. and I haven't found myself getting uber sick over it yet. I would figure if
Gotcha.
it was getting bad, I would start feeling like I'm going to vomit or something. And I've not run into that. I
Okay.
haven't felt like I was going to vomit in a long time, in fact, so there's that. Well, one time when I was getting real thin because the sugar thing, I was afraid to eat a whole bunch of anything. I dropped a whole lot more weight again. One time then, I out of nowhere felt like I just going to vomit. I just ran to the bathroom, crashed to my knees, even with my back, and just like, whoa.
Woo!
And that's where the inspiration came from my mother. It's like, maybe it's time to wash the bathroom rugs. They've been there a while, and I just had to crash to one in order to use the toilet. But yeah, I often find that the bottle of water that you add the powder to is actually a little bit strong. So pour it over ice in the cup, slosh it around, thin it out. Just about just right and super cold. Matter of fact, that one's still a tad bit concentrated. I'm going to let that sit for a little bit. Let's see. Alright, so alright, let me see if I can find the Sci-Fi Con landmark for where our spot's going to be, because I need to start pointing fingers of where people might want to go to do the things. And I gotta see if I have that, which I'm pretty sure I did. Oh, darn it. Let's see here. No, that's completely different. There we go. Nope, that's last year's. In fact, why do I have that up there? You know, with the orders that my landmarks come in sometimes, I start to wonder if I time travel.
Interesting.
Somehow things are like further down the list that should be more modern than things higher up at the top of the list that should be the most recent. Huh.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if Pill's got her little landmark thing. Thankfully, I've kind of kept Pill a little bit with an ear out for that as well. Who's also still asleep probably or out today. Well, liquor up a hamster and calm a penguin.
Drunk hamster.
Yeah, it'll fall around about the same way. Watch him try and stand up, waddle, flop. Let's see. It just means I need to contact some people over at Sci-Fi Con. My usual contact has been around, but doesn't always answer me back, probably because she works to the point where she falls asleep, kind of like I've done, and is on a different schedule than a bunch of other people, which I've also done.
Lovely.
Yeah, that would be Pixie. Let me see if Pixie's awake. Yeah, I try to work through Pixie as much as possible because Pixie is who I know. But, still got some time, but yeah. Alright, well I got some news back from someone, but that wasn't about Sci-Fi Con, that was another thing. Now I need to get probably some of the combat report from Rachel. She'll be offline, but that's okay. I'll just leave her an offline. She'll totally get back to me. Up. Someone's contacting me. What's this? Some kind of conference.
Oh,
Mano, vamos fazer a prova se the movimento com os gringos. Yeah, I am that gringo who's probably not going to show up.
receives random conference. Oh, we're having a dance party at such and such club, and I'm the one DJing. Come on down. Yeah, screw off.
Yeah, this was totally in Spanish. I'll be like, I'm a gringo, what's up?
I mean, like, hey, Jose, una cerveza, por favor. I actually don't drink, so I don't know much
Yeah,
Spanish
I
at all. I only know maybe a few basic words of Spanish, but that's about it. Not even enough to have a conversation. Nowhere near enough for a conversation.
Yeah, back in the 90s, they were trying to push this whole thing that everybody in high school had to know one language, like other than English. Like they had to take a language class. Somehow I managed to skirt that. A lot of people are still not sure how. I know a chunk of words to get a gist of an idea what's going on in Japanese. I know a little bit of your Spanish. Itty bitty of French. Not enough to hold a conversation in any of them. I can maybe threaten somebody, understand someone's threatening me, figure out where the bathroom is. The rest I would probably have to get by with hand gestures. Which I do pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to
Yeah.
communicate with a deaf person.
Oh, that's cool.
So I know rudimentary sign language. Like not the official stuff, but I can tell someone that like this is dead. Like, don't panic. I'm trying to say this computer is dead. Gotta go over to the next one. And then now they're saying sorry, wrong chat.
Yeah, I only know just a
So they're
tiny
going
few
on
words of
gringos.
Spanish and maybe a couple words of French. I know my mom tried to teach me French as a child, but my dad wasn't having it. And then the school tried to, back when I was a kid, tried to teach me Spanish, and my dad wasn't having it either. Now today, that actually became a huge disadvantage to me because one, most of my family only speaks French, and now I want to talk to them and I can't because of the language barrier. Two, most people in my local area mainly speak Spanish, so there's another language barrier here.
I think you can use Google Translator for it now. Don't they even vocalize it?
Well, they do, but Google Translator is not perfect. In fact, it screws up very often. I usually use ChatGPT now for translation, and ChatGPT seems to do a lot better job than Google, at least for some languages anyways.
Yeah. You find a thing that verbalizes the translations and whatnot. Let it take a shot.
The only issue I have with ChatGPT is that I have to specifically ask it to translate every time, back and forth. But at least I don't need to specify the language. I just say, translate this to English, and I post the foreign language message there, and ChatGPT will automatically recognize it and provide a word-for-word translation. It's pretty neat.
Cool. I'm trying to see if I can find this other talker thing I have. That's been going around. My inventory will stop populating so I can actually find it. Because I have one called like annoying voice thingy, which I found harder to work with. And then there was a better one that I found that I could even change the pitch with here in SL. Oh darn it. Chased it. There it goes. I'll give you the annoying one. You can probably still figure something out for it. There's like a website that has like a bunch of the code things that you put in the script for it to default to, and then
Oh,
it'll verbalize
yeah.
it.
Christy Sharon put together something very similar.
Does she charge for that one?
No, it's full perm too.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, good. The
I'm trying
script
to
is
find
full
that.
perm. Let's see what it does here. Oh, yeah, it's the exact same script that Christy used. Yeah, it sends
I have a-
all the information over to a bot in Second Life, and then the bot will then send the appropriate sound files back to the HUD, and then the HUD will simply play those back. It's a very rudimentary way of
I have
doing
another
it,
one.
but it works.
If I could find the other one, you can actually change the script to change the pitch of the sound too.
Yeah, the one I have lets you do that. But you have to fool around with the numbers and whatnot.
Oh, that might have been it. Personals. No, that's not it. No, that's not it either. That's not it either. Chat extender. Nope. Heck. Oh gosh, I have too many items on. Looks like Nikki's got enough super credits for the war bond already.
Cool.
Me, I keep buying armors. Let's see. I'll be able to get it in time, though. I'll probably go play a little bit after I check up on a couple things here. Wait. Oh, I gotta check the weekend sale stuff a little bit more. I gotta start on it. There's not a whole lot. What did I get? I think I got a new pair of shoes on sale. Black pair of sneakers. What else I got? I literally keep a picture of the stuff I buy now in a folder to remind me what I bought, so I can go back and make sure I can do something with it so it doesn't get lost.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Valley got some of those sleeve things that exposes the fingers and knuckles, which were cool, kind of leather, so there's that. I got this dome thing for like when Project Arc 80 hits, and I might put a whole bunch of arcade machines in there. It's got like neon blue and green palm trees out front, and a big purple dome frame and stuff. That and a pair of shoes is mostly it. But if I look over a whole bunch of the sale things, I don't find a couple things, but it helps put my FOMO to the rest. That way I know what the things are, and I won't be worried that I missed them if I felt that I absolutely needed them.
Gotcha. Yeah, FOMO sucks.
Yeah, I have a bit of a weird addiction to watching sales and things, sometimes even more than actually either getting or playing or anything. My duties get done, I start looking through the things, so I try and find the optimal way to do it.
Right.
Ooh, what is this?
Ooh.
Sewn Unbreakable. Sounds pretty good. Set that for a checkup on YouTube. Very good. What's this stream it's running? This morning when this must have gone through several streams cycling on them and on and on. That must have been after Talatora. What is this? Oh, I hate it. You start up a stream and it goes right into an advertisement block.
Oh my god, I so hate that. One of the most annoying things ever. And then you could be watching a live stream and then there would be constant advertisements that interrupt it. It's so annoying. and they want you to subscribe to their service, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. They'll pay a monthly fee in order to get rid of the ads. It's annoying. And if you try to use ad blockers, then they YouTube actually stops you from using their website until you turn off the ad blocker.
Yeah, if you don't have the right one.
What is the right one?
Let me go find that for you.
Okay. Because I very much would like to, get rid of the subscription so I can save a little money.
Yeah, if they had a conversation with me and said, we'd really like you to stop and we'd really be a little bit more tame with the advertisements on you, I might be willing to say yes. But the amount of ads they just pump these days, even on YouTube, is ridiculous. So I'm like, yeah, no, you're not getting that. You didn't earn that. It used
to be where, there's an ad just before you start the video, and then after that, no more. And that's okay. Well, that's fine. Then they started, putting an ad at the end of the video, and that's still okay. I mean, an ad in the beginning of the video and another one at the end, that's fine. I can tolerate that. But then they started to insert ads in the middle of videos, and then it's one ad every few minutes throughout the entire duration of the video. And now, that's where they run afoul. Because they got, they took the advertisements too far.
Yeah, it sucks. It becomes like a commercial break sometimes. In the middle of the video, you'll just get pumped with 2 or 3 at a time. Like, no, that's just ridiculous. Like, if it was like at the ratio of perhaps like Real TV was doing it, where you know how long it's going to take. You could go get a sandwich or some shit.
And some of these ads you could skip after 5 seconds, and some of these ads you cannot skip at all.
Yeah, and then on the ones that you skip, if you don't skip it, it's like they punish you for not skipping it, because then here comes another. If you skip it, might be the end of it. It's a very weird setup. Let's see. Anyways, you'll probably want to look for uBlock Origin. It'll be uBlock as one word, as U with a letter U. Lowercase u even.
Okay, I found it.
Then, yeah.
Though eventually they're probably going to start, banning people for using that.
They can take their shot, and everybody, just like everyone else, can make a brand new account. If they clobber my Bandcat account, I'll be like, okay, you done did that, but, or at least give me a warning, and then I'll just start using a different account to do it. And if they start trying to track IPs are generally not that stagnant all the time. They tend to roll. They might be more stagnant now, I forget. But, it's like, what are you going to do? Go after that and go after the next thing? And like, nah, you just get your thing to roll. When you become a service that's quite that large, it becomes very hard to do the whole, okay, well, you can't use our thing anymore. It could be argued like, yeah, but you're now at the level and size that you're almost practically a public utility in an information space. And on top of that, you're utilizing the internet to do your service. So in a technicality, the United States of America now declares this as a public utility, that you are such a news source. It could be argued, and I could just bind them up in a whole bunch of shit, and it probably would not go well for them on a public media type space, like people be talk about on Twitch, Facebook, and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And then they'll say like, oh, we'll have plenty of people even after you. But then I'm like, yeah, but the ads that, want to advertise to us, where a lot of us that are done with it are people who are savvy with the internet and probably play a lot of games. That means everyone's going to pull out who does that type of advertising or believe in it. They already had a bunch of people pull out before. They don't want that to happen again. So yeah, they're going to be fighting this war, and sure, they can stop a few people. But there's a few of them, like uBlock Origin. If it ever stops working, go back to the place you picked it up at, uninstall, reinstall it again, and that's probably the updated version. Because Validy's thing was not letting her watch it at all after a while. And then I'm like, yeah, just uninstall it and reinstall it now. Because I don't think uBlock Origin auto updates. You have to go back and go do it. But other than that, if it works, it works.
Mm-hmm.
For a while, YouTube was actually putting extra pressure on people's CPUs that were running any kind of blocker, even if they were turned off. And that made the news for a while. Like, basically, you're putting more wear and tear on people's computers. At what point does this potentially roll over into a class action lawsuit?
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's what got them to back off on it a little bit. But yeah, I use a combination of uBlock Origin and this other pop-up blocker for Chrome, the one that has like a blue and red circle with a red cross through a thing on a dot in the middle.
Yeah, what's
Let me
that one
find
called?
It's just called pop-up blocker for Chrome. Let me see if I can get more details on it. I don't know, they just call it pop-up blocker, but it'll have a logo like a blue and a blue circle with a red slash going through it, almost like a Ghostbusters kind of sign.
Yeah.
And a dot in the center. They just call it pop-up blocker, and that won't necessarily do as much for YouTube, but it'll stop other pop-ups like anime websites and stuff like that. And if something gets you with an overlay, the thing I really use it for is to right-click on that overlay, find up pop-up blocker right in your little Chrome thing in the drop-down menu, and remove overlay. So when they try this horse shit where they're like, oh, you need to sign up for this thing to look, oh, we need you to blah, 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 remove overlay, scroll right down, just look past it. So yeah, I don't like to sign out or have to dance through a whole lot of hoops for people. The bot checks will probably still be there, however. They'll, if you fail a bot check, they probably will send you to another page.
Oh, yeah, totally.
That's fine, as long as the bot checks are like remotely decent. Some are just really bonkers now, but
Yeah, I for a while I had this neat little program where it would bypass those annoying CAPTCHA codes. And, well, they got smart to it, and then I got banned from some websites for using it.
yeah, I don't mind some of the bot checks. I understand why they're doing that. Because
Yeah.
it's like, hey, we're going to stop your bots, but I have a bot that beats your bot check. Well, we're supposed to stop bots. Yeah, I can understand why they might be a little aggravated about that.
Oh, well, all I need to do is just train some LLM, large language model, type AI for images, but feed it nothing but CAPTCHA codes and shit until eventually that thing's able to solve the CAPTCHA for you.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time where AI gets super hip to it. Everybody does it. Things start getting clogged up, and then they have to write it into legal law. But
Yeah.
for pop-up blockers on YouTube and stuff like that, I think they're going to have a hard time pushing that into law. Because as it is, YouTube already had situations where some of their stuff that was advertised, even Google for that matter, turned out to be things that were actually like phishing schemes. So basically they were told, well, you're not doing anything about it, and it went through on your system. You can't get mad when people now have a thing to help beat and protect themselves on your service. And that also apparently backed them up once upon a time for a little while. So I think that they'd be at a severe disadvantage when it comes to YouTube to try and write that into law.
Oh, yeah.
Other websites, though, for bypassing CAPTCHAs for bot checks, yeah, they might eventually be able to pull that through.
For a good long time, I had this one program called Pi-hole, spelled as in P-I-hole. It's a network-based ad block. So basically, I put it on something like a Raspberry Pi or an old computer. I'm not using it anymore. And I route my, have my router to reroute all DNS queries over to this Pi-hole instance. And it worked great. A little too good. Some things that I wanted to go to, I wound up not being able to visit anymore because Pi-hole blocked it.
Huh.
So I found myself constantly having to manually authorize certain domains so that I could do what I need to do. And then eventually websites got smart to it, and they was like, oh, we see that you're using a network ad blocker. We're not going to allow you to view our content until you disable it. But not only did it disable everything for me, it also disabled everything for my parents too. And then my parents started complaining that they couldn't browse to some websites anymore. Like, oh, what's going on? The website's broken. The internet's broken. Nothing is working. What the heck? So I wound up having to get rid of Pi-hole because it was just blocking way too much.
Yeah. Because it's kind of like antivirus protection. It's only as good as how much it's updating.
Yeah.
And if it's not getting constantly updated, they get smart to it, and someone's not updated it to get over smart, then the other thing they got smart to it.
But the problem with Pi-hole is that I had to manage
the
the block list myself. I have to manually download the list of IPs and domains that I don't want, that I don't like, and load it into Pi-hole every time they update those lists. It was a hassle.
Yeah, with other stuff with like pop-up blocker and uBlock, I think at least uBlock, you can like tell it to like be okay with a certain website and just let them do whatever they're gonna do.
Yeah.
I forget which one, but I mostly care about uBlock because it works on YouTube, and they just don't earn that amount of ads that they throw at people. Most people who make money off of YouTube generally aren't doing it by using supposed ad-friendly content anyway, which they already hold a double standard for on YouTube, because, oh, you have video game guns, that's not ad-friendly, demonetize. What do they advertise? The quick pull holster, the one that goes to the inside of your pants where you can quickly pull the tab and get your gun out. So YouTube can choose to advertise anything gun related they want and show firearms, all that other jazz. But yeah, for some reason, if you have it in a video game or a conversation, you're instantly demonetized. Very double standard. And on top of that, if they demonetize you and you're supposedly working to get your money back, okay, well, they've already been caught like keeping like thousands, if not millions of dollars, even at the small increment amounts that they basically took from people by not saying that they were monetized anymore and had to prove to get it back. But then on top of that, okay, if we're not ad friendly, why are you still dumping ads on their channel to work through? And that was still happening. So if they're not getting any money for the advertisements, where's that all money going? Oh, it's going to you, YouTube. So how come if it's not ad friendly, you can still run ads and get money from it? So yeah, a lot of people
weird.
It's bullshit is what it is, and they get away with it because lawyers. But basically, anyone who's making money on YouTube generally are doing it because they're have a tip jar or selling some merchandise, which would be also nice to get into, but I feel like I need to put a more firm foot in the ground before I go to the merch angle. Once that gets to something like that, I'll probably look at t-shirts, look at a company like Redbubble who makes them to order, and then people can, order that up through there, and then for the art asset that is the representative of the channel and stuff like that, I get a percentage of that, or at least a good healthy chunk of it. In which case, that's kind of the plan on some of that. I'll look into whatever else people are doing. Like, I think Talatora, which is another VTube streamer on Twitch, I think she's got a good setup. She's a Tiger Cat person as a V2 person, and has a speech to a different speech to also a text chat, which sometimes gets it wrong what they're trying to say, to amusing levels, which becomes part of the whole play.
Oh my god.
And a bunch of other stuff. But and then they can randomly change their voice for the Tiger VTube character on screen, where sometimes out of nowhere you'll get like an explanation like, "Oh, hi, Sticks," and like after they're going, "Hi," and the more mellow voice, because it's trying to read how excited they are, and it can sound like a real major exclamation. So it becomes part of the whole entertainment of watching. But yeah, Talatora is fun. And of course the VTubers have this thing that you can like click and you can like throw objects at their head with like certain amounts of saved up points from watching or whatever in that nature. And if they've got like these, I guess, chips or diamonds or whatever the other thing is for like Twitch's currency, there's other things that people can do, like get Johnny Silverhand from Cyberpunk to say whatever they want on the stream and it'll just play it in the background. Basically like Keanu Reeves saying something like, "No one is ready for Talatora to serve up tiger democracy."
Yeah.
It'd be fun to get into that stuff. I need to indeed get that help to get it launched and started though, because I won't stick to it otherwise. I like working with other people.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise,
You
I'll
having a
just get
VTube
work.
avatar is great because, it provides an alternative to, pointing a camera at your real life face. Which is something
Yeah,
I don't want to do. See, unless I'm in a group video chat and, and someone else has their camera up, I generally don't have mine up unless they have theirs up.
Yeah.
But for when I'm streaming on YouTube, no camera there. What you're gonna, all they're gonna see with me on the live stream is the VTube avatar, and that's it.
Yeah. I don't like to throw my real name around and stuff like that too much, in which case I would have had one of the first Bloody Roar communities. In fact, I think I had the first Bloody Roar community on Facebook. But they're like, "Oh, we need your real name." And I'm like, "Why? There's several other people who don't need your real name." I probably had some kind of opinion somewhere that someone didn't like.
Yeah, VetSim is that way. VetSim is a third-party network that connects to Microsoft Flight Simulator that provides ATC services. And VetSim, wants everybody to use their legal name in real life, as in the name that's on an ID, and they expect to be able to verify it on the ID should they choose to ask for verification. I mean, so far they have not asked me for verification yet, and I hope they don't. But if one day they want to ask for verification, then they expect that I would pull out an ID card that has, my name on it. So I'm like, screw that. I'm still using my chosen name, not my legal name. They ain't gonna get my legal name no matter what. Besides, I am in the process of, getting the legal name changed anyway, but I've hit a roadblock because of, bullshit here and there. And it's gonna be a while before, I can get through this roadblock in the legal name change process.
Yeah, I can imagine it's probably kind of like the whole, what they wanted for driver's license renewals for a while. You needed an X amount of points of verification. And so I had to show up with "Oh, here's my birth certificate, here's my last license, here's something else." And oh my God, all this to renew a driver's license? What did you think? I already got it past the time before, and it's the same driver's license. I've been here for X amount of years, and I'm here right now. Is my birth certificate not enough? What the hell?
I mean, they could clearly see that it's your face on the freaking photo of the... I don't know, it's stupid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, I think they were able to get rid of some of that when they moved over to the more digital license cards, because those are a whole lot harder to forge.
Oh yeah. But
Damn.
yeah.
It was
Kimberly
crazy
is my
for a
name
while.
online, and Kimberly is also my name in real life too. Well, it will be. It will be in real life once I get the court, issues settled with the name change. Obviously, not McGlaze Lemongrass. Obviously, my real life, middle and last name is different, but I'm Kimberly in both worlds. So yeah.
But yeah, so I ended up making another account that I barely ever use. Just sometimes that my mom wants to do a chat thing, and I might see it there while I'm looking at like Second Life sales, because they use Facebook too. So mostly for the sakes of seeing things is basically why I have another account. They've never asked to verify that. Never. Not once. Why? Because I probably didn't have any kind of argument with anyone, because I'm barely conversing with anybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably said something like why are you doing this to a pet, or something like that, or something remotely political, which was years and years ago, so it's not even the level of political landscape we're looking at right now. And they're like, "Oh, well, we need you to verify." I'm like, Are you kidding me?" I thought they were just bullshitting and would eventually let it go. Nope, eventually locked it down. And what's stupid after that is they would still send me messages in my email that this thing is updating, a new message came in this community, but I can't access it. So why are they even still sending me this shit? So Facebook's basically run by a bunch of derps.
Oh yeah,
Everybody
freaking
uses it.
Facebook.
Doesn't mean it was like, yeah, it's just because everybody is using it doesn't mean it's kept up to a proper up to speed. It's like everybody's playing Fortnite. Does that mean it's a great, like, programmed game? No. Is the AI that believable? No.
Definitely not.
It's like, why are they even needing AI bots at this time if they have the player base that they do? Might be time that they're finally slowing down. Hope Helldivers ate up all their numbers. I hope. I know it's doing big numbers. Watching someone play Halo Infinity, it looks so not Halo anymore. It's like they wanted this to be a fast PvP game and then just leave it at that. And that's what they started with, and the campaign came out was trash. Someday I might play through it. Halo's in just a horrible place. Matter of fact, let me look here. Oh, what was that? Well, that's kind of neat. Alright, let's see. Halo. Like, I have the anniversary collection for Chief, and that's rated good. It's rated very positive. Go over, like, try and look at Halo. Halo Infinite, whatever campaign, they still try and sell that thing for 60 for mixed. A Halo game rated mixed. Well after its launch. That's a bad sign.
Very much so.
All they do is they keep updating some cosmetic bullshit for PvP. That's it. So yeah, I should have played the campaign a little bit when I had the whole Xbox Live thing, because for a bit I had the whole Microsoft Pass thing, but nah, if I really need to, I'll watch a playthrough to see how bad it is. Look at my phone go that's sending off this alarm. Use that, take pills. No, at least I can take this one. The Sart is still in my I can't drive to get it. So mother's car's stacked so full of crap, I can't push the seat back over a half year later. So I can't drive it. Anything happens to her, she's riding out in an ambulance because I can't drive her to the hospital.
That ain't good.
Nothing's gotten done about it. So for now, it's still gabapentin and atorvastatin. Now I'll go see about I'm never going to get that list started today because I didn't yesterday, so I've already skipped one dose. So pressure's probably going to start climbing. And even on this stuff, I had some weird spikes when I was on my time off for a bit. Can't figure out why. It's just what the body decides to do, and it happens when I'm sleeping a good chunk of the time. Wake up with a headache. No idea why. Let's get this stream going. So Cinematic Theater keeps getting their ad revenue from me because that's the only way I can give them money right now. I could give them other money, but I'd run out.
Oof.
But yeah, I support them by letting their stream roll in the background, letting the ads hit.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Everybody, a little bit helps them. And the 29 other watchers can give them a little ad revenue to help pay the bills too. Well, some tips and stuff. Granted, some of them probably also have like Amazon Prime that they can like give it whatever subscribe thing to from that, and then they get money from that as well. Granted, I've also already found a way around advertisements even on Twitch. That one's got a little bit more roundabout way that I do it. For that, I have a smartphone. Use Twitch on a smartphone. Use a smart TV that'll interface with the smartphone.
Oh?
And you punch up the stream over to the smart TV from the smartphone, and for some reason the ads won't hit.
Interesting. So there's no ads on the smart TV if you send the stream to the TV from the phone.
Yeah, so far that seems to be the case, and it's their own fault because, well, the type of app stuff that has been given to the smart TV to work with, well, one update they gave to it makes it I can't use Twitch on the TV raw, like from the actual instructions with the TV remote. It'll bring up the new interface and all the things, and I'll even see a thumbnail of what's going on currently. I go to actually watch the freaking stream, and it goes, oops, something went wrong every single time. But if I use the smartphone, I used to be able to do it from a PC as well, but that gets funky now, and we'll just default back to the smart TV home screen now for whatever reason. The smartphone, for some reason, will still work. And so the smart TV will go to the app thing that it has without using that weird UI interface update, whatever the hell that thing is. that it doesn't like. And it'll just go up to having a purple screen, the load screen, and on with the show. Even though it is a little bit depreciated with the bit rate and visual a little bit, I can at least watch a stream without ads.
Gotcha.
And there's no extra trickery to do it. There's no extra software that I'm using, no third-party software to bypass it. Just whatever it is that Twitch missed or hit and made things harder and probably made things worse for themselves. I watch a whole bunch of Pirate Station stuff on Twitch. Since Somniac Theater, though, they keep mostly legit to the point where they just play a whole lot of out-of-copyright stuff, and it'll be very few and rare in between that anything copyright would get played. But if it does,
okay.
it's so old, or they had permission and had an agreement with the people who have it, and then like show them where they can buy the DVD or something.
Yeah, then that's typically okay. I know Twitch doesn't mind as long as it's either not copyrighted or you have permission from the copyright holder. And you can show proof of permission. And then it's typically okay.
Yeah. So that's how they get by. And of course they have the other channel that runs sort of parallel with it. That Mr. Lobo, who is kind of a sci-fi horror host of sorts, who helped them set up. They will actually, he'll only air, I think he'll actually air tonight. He's not 24/7 like Insomniac Theater, though. Let's see. That's why that didn't work. That's weird. Alright. Yeah. Oh, no, that's the Halo one. Let me close that down. Okay, I need more tabs open. That's not here. Let's get me drops for a game I might play. So yeah, you have Insomniac Theater, all one word with a capital C in the front, and capital T for theater. And they're up 24/7 unless something's gone wrong. And sometimes something goes wrong, and then they fix it and it's back up. And they run them basically like a TV station, only just using the Twitch format. And then Mr. Lobo, he has Cinema Insomnia as a channel. And if you go punch into him, right now it'll just have a link small view over to the other channel, and then you can just opt to do the other channel. But I like to keep that one up in here because eventually he'll go live, often on Saturday nights and some other nights, and I keep screwing up the schedule because I don't think he keeps the schedule right here on the actual page, which I really wish he did. He's got other ways to watch too, which I don't often do. But if he just kept it right here on this front page, it would be very handy. But I'm pretty sure Saturday's one of them, so I try to at least get it on Saturday or whenever I catch him otherwise. He goes on, he has his usual fun, geeky, dorky routine as a horror sci-fi host. I like it. People get together, comment on the movie.
Yeah, sci-fi stuff is fun. I do like the sci-fi stuff.
So yeah, I'll just put this up in local. And he'll just air sometimes, but you can always click the little screen as well, and the little screen will take you to the one that runs 24/7. It's just a bunch of adult copyright movies and
Gotcha.
Every so often, the other two have like a Friday night thing they do together as well, and I like to watch in and tune to them. And they'll watch a movie together. And sometimes they'll dip into the whole DVD category. Yeah, they keep pretty much legit. If anything like boobs comes up, they do their own censoring work. It could be a jumping around monkey on the screen that blocks it, or this weird text art craft skull rotating left and right, back and forth
Oh,
until
wow.
the nude scene's over.
Oh, wow. So they actively filter stuff out so that they don't run afoul with Twitch's rules. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they run pretty legit over there. It's like I said, like a TV station just using Twitch. A bunch of other things I watch, they run a little bit more risque. I find them here and there where I get a bird in my ear as to who's doing what and tune in. Like, I probably won't watch too much Dragon Ball right now, mind you, but there's like a 90s and 2000s nostalgia station, which will just run a whole bunch of cartoons and shit from the era. And there's another random station out there playing Super Troopers. I have no idea what this random girl anime that's playing right now on this other message lock station. Oh, it must be Sailor Moon because the little pink-haired knockoff is there. She was hugging a person, and now they've turned into a flying Pegasus. Okay. Obviously, I've come in late, and I have no idea what's going on. So I'll change stations off of that. Used to watch a little bit of Sailor Moon as a kid. I'd wake up in the morning, put it on my little black and white small TV.
Oh, yeah, that's those. I remember those tiny little 5-inch black and white TVs from back in the 90s and before.
Yeah.
Those were
Those were
fun.
One. Yeah, that's how I would watch TV in my room for quite a while. It's also quieter.
It's how we used to watch TV when we were just traveling around. And we used to travel a lot, so this tiny little portable 5-inch TV was basically all, 5-inch black and white TV was basically all we had. And it did the job.
Yeah, somewhere I have a color one here in Second Life that's built nearly the same way. It's just this brick of a rectangle that you lay down that's like, looks like a sideways laid miniature version of a power freshener unit, like battery backup you would have for your PC these days. Or like a Wi-Fi router. And it was black and white, had a radio tuner on it. It was a hefty thing. You beat somebody with it.
Oh, yeah.
It was all kind of for the time, but
nowadays you could plug a USB dongle into your Android phone and pick up, over-the-air TV signals with an antenna with it.
Yeah, I should probably get one of those one of these days. I wonder what's even on, like, Wave TV anymore. Like, does anybody still play cartoons out there, for instance?
Oh, yeah, they do. In fact, now that, antenna TV has gone digital, they could actually cram, several different channels into one. And, save the bandwidth that way.
I wonder about that. I should get like a digital antenna thing for a tuner thing because I'm curious. I have no
Well, I
idea
have one of those
what local does anymore.
network tuners where you just you know, plug your outdoor antenna in. You can plug an indoor antenna in too, but you're better off with an outdoor antenna. Trust me on this one. So you plug your outdoor antenna into that thing, and then you plug an Ethernet cable into the little box, and then that allows you to watch your local antenna TV on any device on your network, whether it's a phone or a computer or a smart TV or what have you. And you could also
Yeah,
set up a little DVR server somewhere on your network and use that to record stuff with it. It's pretty neat. It's called the HD Home Run, is what it's called. And I have the Flex 444 something Flex model. I forget the exact model name now. Let's see. Okay, here it goes. It's the HD Home Run Flex 4K is what it is.
I might look into that someday.
Now, you could also plug a flash drive into it and use it as a DVR directly if you're willing to pay a subscription fee for the DVR. But why pay a subscription fee for a DVR when you could use, free software for that on an old system you're not using anymore, and just, let that system host the DVR capabilities for you for free.
Yeah. Let's see. Close up some of these windows so I can find this dance animation thing and turn it off. I was going to do a little bit of meat thing. Let's see. I can detach. Right, let me get this bomb off. I probably don't need to be a human transponder anymore either. There we go.
Well, yeah, now that the flight is over with, been over with quite a while ago. At this point, we're just talking. Anyhow, I think I'm going to go ahead and, get going and get some things done.
Whoops, I hit the thing. Yeah, I'll be going over to Billy Bob's for a little bit for the light show and particle show after I get it announced.
Alright, sounds good. Alright, well, I better get going. I'll go ahead now and shut the stream down. Any last words for those folks before I shut down the live stream?
Tune in next time whenever a random thing happens, and someday I might get more organized and do, like, other things. Like Twitch. But not here, because I don't want to get banned from Twitch. Which then I'd have to make another account, and then find all my pirate stations again.
Yeah, I don't want to be banned from Twitch either, so that's why I don't stream into Twitch, though. One of these days I might, but not Second Life, obviously. Or anything else that Twitch bans.
But yeah, I don't want to have to re-find all of my, Skull and Bones watches again. Sometimes that, and A lot of them stopped playing Skull and Bones because they all burned themselves out on it at the same time. Let's see how that game does. I'll probably play a little bit of that again too. It might not be as good as Black Flag, but you can play it with other people, sort of, and shoot people with cannons. Let's... Alright. So, still have not got the word back from some. Guess they're still asleep. Well, check their notices. Events. Have some.
With that, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the live stream right here. If you haven't done so already, feel free to like, subscribe, and ring that bell if you want to, and we'll catch you on the next one. We'll see y'all later.
Watch them all get destroyed next time.
Yep, and after you, Street. I'll catch you later.
Yes. Alright, see you later.
Alright, see you around. Disconnecting from voice.
Yeah.
Alright, folks. I'm out. Goodbye.